last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. All week this week, Seth Rogers will be out in front of Sumner County Sheriff's Office, once again being Sebastian's voice. He's looking for his son Sebastian Rogers and he is seeking out answers to find out where he is. There are so many ways that we can stand together to help Seth. We can share out the flyers, we can contact our local news networks and ask them to share the story. We need to find Sebastian, we need to stand with Seth. So whatever it is you can do, if you want to buy Seth a coffee or send him a Cash App or PayPal, it'll be linked in the description below. Please help Seth in his quest to find answers, to find the truth, to find his son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Let's watch.
Come on,
everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you guys this morning. I'm sorry I'm a little bit later than I thought I'd be scheduling, but I'm glad I'm here. I also made a last minute change to the title. I realized I said here instead of her, so we got that taken care of right in the nick of time. And good morning, dragons. I'm so glad to see all of you. Good morning, Linda Nunley, and I see Town Chat Cafe. Good morning to you and Maui's son. Thank you for your prayers. I'm praying with you guys. I got a lot of messages yesterday about, praying with you guys. So, and you guys praying. So, I really am praying with you all that Seth finds the answers that he needs. He shouldn't have to sit outside the station like he is, but he is doing that, and I think that's the best thing that he can do right now, especially when they don't want to give him the answers that he deserves. Hey, Denise Harris, nice to see you. Linda Nunley says, At Night Intelligence put out breaking news yesterday about facial template matching. Sebastian, it hasn't been confirmed or debunked yet, but they're working on it. That's fantastic news. I'm glad to hear that. I do think I remember seeing something about that. So, hey, Ann Reynolds. I'm really hoping they use that facial recognition on the yellow jacket guy. But, I mean, if they think that they maybe have spotted Sebastian, that's a good thing. I know there was someone who also sent in a picture to Fred and Sheila McCoy. I believe, I'm trying to think, Alabama, I believe was where the sighting was. It turns out it doesn't appear to be Sebastian, although I guess it bared a very strong resemblance. And we've seen that a lot of times. In Sebastian's case, there's been multiple sightings since he went missing. And, the sightings were very close to Sebastian, in my opinion. I really had to take a double take and really analyze the photo. Hi, Mima. Good to see you. And I also saw Mima here, too. So we have both of you here. Yes. Yes, I know. It's already been a wacky Wednesday. And, I might always change the titles up. Sometimes I don't have a good one right off the top of my head. And sometimes I just kind of pick it up from whatever we talk about more so in the episode. So, I'm working on it. But I do need to cut and color my hair today and do a couple of things. So I figured I'll just pull an all-nighter. So tomorrow morning should be an earlier show. But I wanted to get a little bit of extra sleep. That way I wouldn't be too tired. But it's a double-edged sword because sometimes I'm wired right after a show because you guys always get me so pumped up with all of your great comments. Good morning. Hey, Jude. So it's fantastic in that regard. Good morning, Dragon, says Hope Floats. Good morning, Hope Floats. Thanks for being here. So, and June McKenna says, we all know what Katie did, picked her monster husband over Sebastian. I agree with that. I don't like to agree with it. It doesn't make me feel good about myself or, give me the warm fuzzies or anything like that. But I agree with that, June. I do. And, with Katie not being out there to support at all, it's very concerning to me. More so that she doesn't do it on her own, right? Because I guess we can't expect someone who has a tumultuous relationship with their ex to stand beside them. I mean, you have to do it at school functions. I mean, it's just kind of part of being an adult. But, yeah, that I don't understand. But nevertheless, she could do this on her own. She could totally do it on her own, and she could be out there passing out flyers, but instead it seems like they don't want the flyers being passed out, and that's what's really, really sad. It's almost too much to bear, Holly-S, because it's been so long, and it's been way too long that Sebastian's been out there with no answers. I mean, April was the last press conference, and I wrote that out. I made a post about it. but we're coming up on 18 months. I also wanted to bring in this morning about a school shooting, guys. It's really heartbreaking. We're gonna kind of go over it. I'm gonna try to find a clip for us to watch. But hey, show poodles and bliss blessings. Good to have you. And Lori, good to see you, Lori. It's very, very tragic news, and apparently it happened at a Catholic school, and it was right after Mass. So I don't know a whole lot of the details yet, but it sounds horrific and very tragic. And actually, that's what I was doing. I was a little bit late. Good morning, Kiki. Nice to see you. And, I was just kind of checking on the details with that. Hey, Narita. Nice to see you as well. Praying for Seth's strength. Amen for that. Me too, Holly S. Seth is incredibly strong. Like, I know that people like to be an asshole about certain things when it comes to Seth, but in my opinion, when I look at Seth, I look at him being Sebastian's voice, his advocate, his hero. Because if it wasn't for Seth, we wouldn't be talking about Sebastian today, right? We might be talking about something else in the news cycle, because there's always something in the news cycle. That's why it's called the cycle. And, it just goes round and round. But if it wasn't for this father searching for his son, always reminding us that Sebastian is still missing, that he's still looking. So to me, he's strong as an ox. Also, prayers for Brandy Neal Vaughn. Thank you so much, Hey Jude. Yeah, and I have not heard an updated status, but the last that I heard, Brandy was in serious condition, and my heart just breaks for her. And I'm really hoping. I heard there was word of possibly getting like a transplant. So I'm just praying for the best for her. She deserves to live her life out. She's a young mom, in my opinion. Hey Peggy, good to see you. Good morning, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Good morning, good morning. Always praying for Seth and Sebastian. I'll be in and out of the bushes. We have doctor's appointments today. Oh, well, I hope you guys have a good day and travel through town safe, and I hope everything goes well. I know doctor's appointments are not fun. We talked about getting shots here on the show, and oh my goodness, that was the worst, right? Seclusion Works, good to see you. I don't think it's him either, Seclusion Works. I really wish it was, but I'm with you on that. Just my opinion. Bonjour, bonjour. And then we also have Phoenix Moon. Good to see you, Phoenix Moon. Thank you for being here. Does anyone know how to watch Seth live today? I've been trying to find live for support. Yeah, I've been trying to find him too. I was kind of looking around. I was checking his channel right before I got on. I don't know that anybody's going to be live streaming it today. I think Mrs. E said that she was going to be stopping by, but I'm not sure. That's just what she said, during the live. So I'm hoping someone will at least be snapping some pictures or something, so we can get a look to see. I was also looking for updates on Jen, Astrology for Mystics with Jen's page, but then I remembered she said that she was going out of town, so I'm not really sure. But I'll be checking my phone while we're on the live too. Yeah, Town Chat, that's my understanding. That the young man who looks like Sebastian, right, his work is an employee at the grocery store, and whenever the manager received the picture, she's like, oh yes, this boy, his dad's a state trooper, and he has been seen getting out of the state trooper's vehicle. Obviously dad drops him off at work sometimes, that sort of thing. So yeah, she absolutely confirmed. And I suppose, correct me if I'm wrong, but apparently there was, excuse me, apparently there was sightings of this young man before because he resembles Sebastian so much that people were asking if possibly that's Sebastian, right? And the thing that's, something to consider is, Sebastian going missing when he's 15, and then whenever he turns 16, 17 almost now, he's going to look different, right? He's going to look different. He is going to maybe have darker hair color. He might have a little bit more meat on his bones. He might have less meat on his bones. Hopefully not. But I'm just saying, we don't know really what to look for in terms of an appearance, except for, eye color, that sort of thing. Sebastian has freckles, right, on his neck. So there's other things that we can identify with, but it may be more difficult as the time goes on. So, I wish I had an answer for this question. I think it's a good question. I don't know. Initially, I had some ideas that possibly because of the nature of this case, right, with the parents, with Chris Proudfoot being the psychopath that he is, that maybe law enforcement was perhaps holding something close to the vest, right? In that regard. Because they didn't want to stir the pot even more, right? Let's be honest. If they were to clear Seth, then the public's automatically going to look at Chris and Katie. So I thought that they were maybe trying to halt some of that, right? And just say, we're not sure, it's an open investigation. When Seth's time cards came out, there was absolutely no reason whatsoever that he should have been still on the suspect list or a person of interest, in my opinion. That being said, they've always said that all of the parents have cooperated, but it's very easy to cooperate when you don't ask that many questions and you're not asking that much of somebody. Then you're cooperating by default, in my opinion. So there's that. So yeah, you're right. Most people do work during the week, but oh, I could see where this is going. Sorry, I try to bye, troll. I try. You know what, guys? I try to be kind to everybody that comes in, right? Because I want our community to be kind people, and acceptance is important. But when you're gonna come in and act like an asshole, I don't care if Katie has to work today. Take the fucking day off of work, right? Or how about this? Why don't you, when Seth is done with the day shift, why don't you go spend the night shift up there and ask where's Sebastian? You could do that. Maybe bring your buddy over here to help you. Good morning, Mama. Thank you for being here. Yeah, first not attending the vigils and now this. Yeah. And they don't even think to do anything like this. They're thinking about Pig Fest, guys. Pig Fest is coming up. They got to stuff their faces with ribs. I just want to, rent some airspace and have a plane flying overhead. Sebastian's still missing. I hope you're enjoying your fucking ribs is really what I want. I want on the sign, I do. And that's probably, crude and rude, but I don't care. It's ridiculous. How can you even go and have a good time or go and eat ribs? I don't even know. But I hope somebody is with him, Miss Ann. I do. You know what, though? I was talking about it last night. I think it's important for the community to show up. I think maybe it's a good thing that it wasn't planned out where a whole bunch of people could come from YouTube, because what I'm curious to see is how Sumner County is going to show up and show out for Sebastian. because that's who it's about. You can go out there and stand out there with a sign and not agree with Seth. You don't even have to like him. Hell, you don't even have to talk to him. It's a big road. It's a big street. There's plenty of room to stand up there. Plenty of room to stand apart, to stand away. There's a big sidewalk all the way around the building. If you really wanted to support Sebastian, if you're really wondering where he is, Sumner County, then you would be out there. That's your community, not ours. I live in Florida. Okay? And before that, I lived in Missouri. And before that, I came from Chicago. So, not my community. You will, Kiki. That's so fantastic. All right, we will be with Seth on Friday. Fantastic. You know, and that's so important to have support every day with him, every single day. And I'm gonna be sending him some money for, you know, whatever. I hope that he is staying hydrated, right? I hope that he's getting some sleep at the end of the day. I hope that he's having help with the signs that he's putting up. He has a big banner that he's going to put up with the PVC pipe. I know it was kind of hard to listen to him. I tried to download Jen's live last night. I couldn't get it downloaded. I don't know why. I have no idea. So, but I was trying to get it so I could take the volume and, you know, put it up and then save it and then maybe even do that again and try to get the sound a little bit better. But I was not able to do all of that. Linda says Seth deserves answers, not silence. I agree. He wasn't there. How are any of us supposed to really know? I mean, we're not. We don't know. And then we're shamed for not knowing. But nobody will tell us the truth. And the Hatfields and McCoys wanted to interview with Chris and Katie. And again, Chris said to them, because I did catch their live, that, or I think it was a video. Sorry, either way. We got the ball in Katie's court. The ball is in Katie's court. Okay. And in my opinion, I think it would be a fair interview. So if you don't want help from people who are just trying to be fair with you, I think that is horrible. And you absolutely need to stop with the violin. Put the violin away. You're not missing. Your son is missing. You had a very relaxing vacation at Disney. You've had all kinds of fun activities, Katie. And now it's time to be an adult and answer for what happened that night. So maybe the McCoys can go searching for your son and maybe they can find him. Do you want your son to be found? Doesn't seem like it. In my opinion. Prove me wrong. I would love for you to prove me wrong. I will have a big plate of crow with a side of humble pie. Holly S says, I really hope more people show up today. He was probably afraid to advertise because of the trolls. Such a shame. Well, there was a lot of people that were afraid to even get on camera, you know? And I mean, I'm not going to say that I was the first person to get on camera. I mean, I even thought about, you know, only using an avatar myself up here, right? When I come up for lives and stuff, because it can be a little bit, well, I can even say a little bit nerve-wracking. I mean, you know, you're on display for everybody. They can make fun of you. They can, you know, your makeup, your, you know, your chin, your cheekbones, your eyelash. Do you think one eyelash is longer than the other? Like, you know, they, all kinds of like really rude things, but they will never get their asses up there. You know, again, going back to the man in the arena, you know, if you're not in there, you don't get to, have an opinion, kind of a thing. Absolutely, Phoenix Moon. And so, yeah, but I mean, it just seemed like they want to be supportive, but they're afraid to be supportive, which is very concerning in and of itself, right? Because when you've dealt with that, or you've witnessed it, which I have in other circumstances, you recognize it right away. And it's very, I'll say it again, I guess today's a day for concern, but it's concerning, because it shows maybe why other people are deciding to be on Chris and Katie's side. If they run the town, then, you're going to have cowards that are afraid to stand up. You're going to have people that'll have a little bit of courage because they know they're doing the right thing. But mostly you'll have a lot of cowards that are too afraid to do any of it, right? They want Sebastian found, sure. They're not horrible people, but they're also not willing to take the stand that needs to happen in order for Sheriff Craddock to know that Sumner County is not going to stop until Sebastian's found. And again, that's their community. And again, maybe they're thinking because they all think Katie and Chris had something to do with it, that it could never happen to them. But if he's this relaxed about a 15-year-old with autism who went missing, then what is he going to do if your child goes missing? I mean, it's just a thought. I know, Seclusion, I couldn't find any Sebastian bracelets. Like, let me see if I can't get a hold of someone that I know, and we'll see what we could do. Yeah, because I do like those bracelets, and I'd like to have one too. Doppelgangers galore within Sebastian's case. Yeah, there's been a lot. Even I've had people send me a picture and be like, do you think this looks like Sebastian? And I'm like, yeah, I actually do, but I don't think it's him. You know what I mean? And always, guys, please, I welcome information, but don't send it to me first by any means. And I'm not saying that you guys are at all. Because I know that you guys are sending it to law enforcement first, but always send it to law enforcement. Always. Because they're the ones that are going to be able to do what needs to be done and follow up. And then I would also send things to Seth at wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com. But always send it to law enforcement first. Don't be sending it to YouTubers or even the parents. That needs to go directly to law enforcement. I'm not even going to say my opinion. That's just how it needs to be in order for a fast response to happen, and they can go look and see if it is Sebastian or not. Time is of the essence. We can't mess around, and it's a matter for the police, not for us. Town Chat says, I know I've said this before, but I really wish that Logan was Sebastian. He looks so much like an older version of Sebastian. Yeah, that's who I was talking about, the one that you sent me, Town Chat. Yeah, because he did look like him a lot, but just not quite, Our son is over 2 years, went from baby face skinny boy to hulking teenager with a beard. Yeah, I mean, really quick, right? Some of these high schoolers. I had a friend of mine sending me the football team or the football players and stuff that they're like, this is who we're going up against. And I was like, are those kids in college? Because they were huge kids. I was like, those look like grown men. Be careful, extra, wear extra pads or whatever you need. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, some of these kids, and like you said, Seclusion, it comes overnight just like that, all of a sudden. And so we just don't know who maybe that we're looking for. I always just remember Sebastian's eyes. I remember his nose, his ears. I try to remember his facial structure, things like that kind of stay the same. There's certain things. I've always had high cheekbones. That's one thing, tiny nose or whatever. Almond shaped eyes. Those are always ways to look and remember. I never understood why Katie said blonde hair. Okay, maybe it had some highlights, but it's obviously brown. Yeah, and I wonder if it's getting darker as he's getting older, because that happened with my daughter. And also it just seems like he was very, very blonde when he was little. Like when he was little, he's blonde, very blonde. Sebastian, that is. I have that one in here, I believe, that has like multiple pictures. Yeah, this one. And you can kind of see, I think that one is from 7th grade in the white shirt with the gray. And yeah, he's just so cute in that one. But I think that one is like 7th grade. But you can tell how his hair is getting darker and darker too. But yeah, I see the highlights, what you're saying too, Holly. Aw, younger version of his grandpa, the mannerisms. Yeah. And that's the thing too. Sometimes their mannerisms change. But one thing about Sebastian, I always notice when he's happy, he puts his knee outward, like you could see that in the photo. When that was like, I took the trophy out, but that's when he won the trophy at his birthday, and he was, happy and excited. And he did that with his teachers too. There's actually a picture of him, Katie, and Chris where he's doing that, clearly visibly happy. Phoenix Moon says, in my opinion, they don't want to remove him from the suspect list. They would have to do their job and get out and find more evidence. Well, Phoenix Moon, I will say that that's one thing that Seth was a little bit upset with, because he felt like his way of thinking was like this. If you're not checking out my people on my side of the aisle, and I know that you're not doing these certain things over here, then how do I expect you to be doing it on the other side with Chris and Katie? Now, arguably, people can say, well, Chris and Katie might have a little bit more suspicion surrounding them, even though Sheriff Craddock is acting like there is not. So I can see that. But, I mean, I would think the same way. I would want them to completely vet me, and anybody I know, too. My biggest thing is that we don't have Sebastian on any of the cameras, right? That he would be caught on. He can't just, make himself invisible like, in the movies or whatever. That's not possible. He can't fly above the cameras, right? So the cameras in the neighborhood would have picked him up at some point in the neighborhood, leaving the neighborhood. So, and let's be honest, like Seth said yesterday, I mean, who knows where all the cameras are located? Who takes inventory like that unless you're casing the joints, scoping it out? I mean, even someone who is a fool can figure that out. Hey, Jude says, I was kind of till I blocked their ass. Oh, about the troll. Sorry, I'm behind a chat. Yeah, I know. I try to be kind too. Hey, Jude, thank you for your super chat. Yeah, I tried to be the same way in their dude wipes. I don't even know what a dude wipe is. I know what an ass wipe is. Phoenix says delusional. Man, I'm in a mood. Aw, I'm sorry, Mimi Ma. I know, it is frustrating. They do love the sheriff. Some of them do. But I mean, I'm sure he's not, that way with everybody. I'm sure he does know how to be nice and fun and, personable. He's a politician. I think more people will show up today. I hope so, Lori. I hope so. I don't think anybody knew about it yesterday, really. I mean, we did, but we didn't. It was like they did put it out. But people who could show up did show up. And at a certain point, it looked like they had about, maybe 7 or 8 people out there. So, thank you. Thank you, Holly S., for your super sticker. Thank you so much. Oh, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months, a dragon for 4 months. Sumner County and surrounding counties, we're all one. Yeah, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I hope people do show up from the surrounding counties, now that people know about it. Yeah. And I mean, I appreciate anybody that can do that. Oh, fantastic. Okay, Kiki. Yeah, send it to me. I'll turn it into a video or pictures are always good too. Like I said, I wanted to make a nice little like instrumental kind of collage of pictures, that I pulled in from Jen's live. Um, because I think it is so admirable what Seth is doing. It's not easy to get out there in the heat and stand out there and then you're upset and then people are asking you questions and then you just want to find your son and you're like frustrated, right? But like he handles it really well. He was keeping it really classy and I appreciate that. You know, he's trying to represent his son. It's so sad that he even has to do that. Yeah, an umbrella. Yeah. Well, or even one of those little, like the pop-up tents. Those work really, really well. I know it was pretty windy yesterday, and there's nowhere to kind of stake it down, but that would be something. Um, the most disheartening part about all of that is that you would think that Sumner County Sheriff's Office would have the decency to order in a couple of friggin' pizzas and bring them out on a plate to Mr. Rogers and say, here you are, sir. Here's some lunch for you. We appreciate what you're doing. But they didn't. Did any of the secretaries come out and hand Mr. Rogers a cold water? Would it have fucking killed you? It's ridiculous. It's not about whether you agree or not. It's about common courtesy and decency. What if that was your kid? Thank you, Kiki. That's so sweet of you. I'm so glad good people like you are going to be there. Like I said, thank God I told Jen and Jeff yesterday, but I commented on one of Jen's videos and just said, thank God for people like you guys, because where would we be without you? Because they don't have enough decency to just do something kind. Like, would it kill you? It wouldn't. And maybe it might make Seth feel a little bit less alone, or like he's doing something wrong when he's not. He's exercising his right. He's exercising his rights to gather, to protest, and to find answers for his son. What's he supposed to do? Just forget that he had a whole kid is out there missing somewhere and he has no idea where he is. He's just supposed to forget that. No way. Rosebud says, whoever did this, get yourself a lawyer, tell them the truth, and the lawyer can approach the DA. The longer you wait, the longer they will be on you. And get in there and make a deal. Tell them the truth. I agree, Rosebud. I agree. And this is really important when we think about finding Sebastian, because the person who knows where Sebastian is could absolutely use it to their advantage and come clean. And then they don't have to live with it anymore and they can work on redemption. Because even if it was an accident, it doesn't matter what happened. It happened, right? It happened. Something tells me these people, especially because I never heard like so much talk about like devils and evil and all of this crap before Chris and Katie came onto the scene with their crap. So I'm kind of thinking that they don't really care about telling the truth or being virtuous or even about going to hell for that matter. They all joke about it and laugh and think it's funny. They won't when they get there, I'm sure, but you know, that's neither here nor there, and I'm never gonna know about it. Holly S says she's got time to go on a motorcycle shopping and go to Pigfest. Surely she could make some time for Sebastian. I agree, and it never even occurs to her. You know, I mean, it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna sit in here, and then I'm gonna hide behind Chris, and then when people ask me for an interview, he's gonna say he's gonna ask me, and then you know we're gonna ignore them and hide out. But they'll show up to Pigfest. Oh yeah, oh definitely. That's their jam. Mima says, can you do something creative? Email to me and I'll email it out to everyone I'm emailing. Yeah, sure, Mima. Let me know. I didn't get your email though, hon. I didn't. I don't think I did. I'm going to check again. Oh, good. It kicked me off and then it put me back on it. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Oh. No, I don't have it. Dang. No, I don't have it, Mima. I wonder why it's not coming in, and I didn't see it in the spam or anything folder. And I don't want you to put your email in here because I don't want to, I don't know. I just don't trust it. Oh, thank you, Phoenix Moon, for hitting the like button. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for hitting the like button, and welcome into everyone. Mima says, I love what you said. Oh, thank you, Mima. I'm not sure. I just go get up here talking and hey, Kathy Bartholomew, but thank you. I appreciate everything that you all say as well. Priorities, Holly S. You know, way to prioritize. Yeah, because I mean, do you think that Katie's boss would tell her that she couldn't take off a couple hours early to go peacefully protest and demonstrate her want to find her son? I doubt they would do that. Katie wants nothing to do with any of it. She already showed that time and time again. I agree, Lori. Yeah, unfortunately. And, you know, I can't say 100% that that's because she's guilty. Obviously, I can't say that. But it absolutely makes me think that she does not want her son to be found, and she already knows where he is. That's why she's not looking for him. I mean, that's the conclusion that I'm led to, unfortunately. Because I would never want to say that, because look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Sebastian loves his mom, and I would hate for him to ever think that this would have to be a topic of conversation, because it would hurt him, and that's not what I want. Canadian True Crime 2024, good to see you. My heart breaks for Seth. In my opinion, Katie, where's your son? It's time to start talking. In my opinion, justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I agree. Absolutely. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your comment. Because in my opinion, when Chris is rattled, he talks. Oh yeah, and when he feels comfortable. And that was another thing that I wanted to point out too with the McCoys. They got him feeling comfortable. I know people were saying something about how they were being soft. No, that's not soft. That's called strategic. That's called you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. That's called know who you're talking with and try to relate with them. That's called ask and listen. Because when you ask questions like that and then you sit back and you let them talk and you listen to them, you'd be surprised how much you're going to get. Especially when Chris thinks that he's fooling a seasoned 40-year law enforcement officer. That's when you're really going to get him to talk. Because Chris doesn't realize that he's not on the same level as Mr. McCoy. He thinks he is. He thinks he can get one over. But the reality of the situation, oh, is this my Sebastian video? Please share. Is that with me, Mima? Did I get one? I just got an email. I feel like locals have a lot of power right now in the situation. I hope they come through for this kiddo. I do too. I think my thing, Holly, is if they all come out for Sebastian, that's what we need. We need them to come out for him and show that they're supporting him, that they want him to be found, that they're not going to stop. Oh, you'd recognize my voice, Seclusion Works. Aw. I know. I'm worried when you can't actually see me if I'm gonna meet your expectations. Aw, hey KJ Mac, good to see you. Hey GA64. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I sure wouldn't send it to KNCP. They won't do anything with it. Well, Miss Ann, they did say that they didn't think that was Sebastian. They the jawline's all wrong. You know how Chris is. He can't ever just, be normal with it. He's got to act like he's the smartest one. He's got delusions of grandeur, though, in my opinion. That's why. Hey, Lisa King, this was my thought. Why isn't more of the community supporting Seth? This is about a missing child. I agree. Yeah, I mean, even if I didn't agree with it, I think, with the person, I think you still go out there to support the child. Absolutely. And that goes for Chris and Katie, not even Chris. Like, Chris doesn't have to be there. That goes for Katie too. Oh, that's cool. Seclusion Works. Aw. Well, like I said, I hope one day you can, but I just don't want to scare you or anything. How did CP know about the license plate trackers? Why didn't LE share any of that with Seth? Or was it not LE who told CP that? That raised a lot of questionable knowledge on his part, or as Bud says. Yeah. So, it's really, really difficult to say, right? So the way I kind of look at it is this, like, if he did know where they are, then that's a huge red flag, right? Because that means that he was totally scoping things out, trying to find out where cameras were located. It would have been really impossible for him to know all of that without doing, enough research. And I don't know that he even spoke to enough neighbors to know that, but I don't, and so I don't know. I guess I should just say I just don't know. But my way of thinking is that he absolutely gave a specific number of cameras. And so I believe that it's possible that law enforcement gave him that information. And let's be honest, Ken Widener said it on the local news that he was heading over to Chris and Katie's, the parents, not Seth, but saying Chris and Katie, the parents' house, to talk to them like he does every morning. So he was over there giving them information every single day, giving them updates, giving them this is Ken Widener, emergency management, the head of emergency management for Sumner County. Let's just put it that way. And he's over there telling Chris and Katie all of the knowledge that they have every day, giving them updates. So yeah, I think it's very possible that Ken Widener could have been one of the ones that gave Chris and Katie that information. He said that he was over there every single morning. And the concern for Sebastian was not there. Whenever Eric Craddock was on camera, he said, I can't imagine what the parents are going through. Things like that. He never said, I can't imagine how scared Sebastian must be. He also thought Sebastian took medication for autism, which there is no medication for autism. It's therapies. That's the first thing I noticed about Craddock, is that he has no idea what type of child he was dealing with, what type of a person he was dealing with, right? Someone on the spectrum. he would have tried to understand that first off, he wouldn't have made an idiot comment and put his foot in his mouth. Kiki says Sumner County will do nothing with it. I would send it to the TBI and FBI. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I know that there's been like a lot of talk about, you know, like kind of how it works. Some people weren't kind of aware. You know, you have your local law enforcement, right? Your counties, you have your sheriffs, you have your state troopers, but then you also have TBI. Like, so for instance, in Tennessee, it's called TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, right? That's a state level agency. FBI is federal level agency. You also have like Colorado has the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, CBI, right? So these are state agencies that oversee on a state level. FBI trumps that on a federal level. Did you get a chance to look up that video I mentioned? It's like 3 minutes long, maybe less. I did not, because I did go over watch the Hatfields, and I was trying to do, or the McCoys, and I was trying to do, I was trying to download Jen's video. I'm like, I don't know why I can't. Eric with an H, good to have you. It wants to turn red and orange. It's my Irish coming out. Town chat, that's hilarious. J64 says my son's hair would be brown in the winter, but when he got in the sun, it would have been more blonde in his hair. Yeah, GA64, absolutely. And the sun lights up your hair a lot more, lightens it. I remember when us ladies used to put that sun and stuff in our hair. It never worked on mine. Mine was always too dark, but my son is in 7th grade and he had dark blonde hair. It has slowly gotten darker through the last few years. Yeah, same thing with my daughter. When she was little, she had a lot more like red and blonde in her hair, and now she's like really dark like me. Oh, fantastic, Eric. I must have just missed that. I'm so glad that you, okay. So you're going out there. Now we're going to have people supporting Seth. That's fantastic. Great, Eric. I know you were saying that you and your wife were going to go over. So wonderful. I hope you guys have safe travels. And oh, that's so fantastic. Make sure you send Seth our love from over here at the Dragons. Favors done and favors called in, perhaps Lisa King. Yeah, quid pro quo. Yeah. Absolutely, KJ Mack. And that's what I've been thinking a lot about, even, you know, throughout the whole case, because I'm wondering, like, what is going on over there, you know? And it does seem like one hand washes the other. You know, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And, you know, it's not good. Yes, lovely of you to do that, Town Chat. Town Chat is always spreading awareness about Sebastian. I'm so glad she does that. Oh, the Chrisleys. What about getting the Chrisleys involved? They live about 45 to an hour away. I don't know who the Chrisleys are. But, you know, I think anybody that can help needs to. Oh. Good old snuggle struggle, the guy's a tool. Rosebud. Target. If I see Craddock, my husband will have to hold me back. Kiki. That's too funny. Every time CP opens his mouth, he slips and says the truth of what actually happened the night Sebastian went missing, because he was there, in my opinion. Well, and I mean, I can't help but think that maybe he was there. I mean, because he's always making it so obvious, in my opinion. And also, why would Katie continue to look to him for validation when he wasn't there? Like, obviously, you do that when somebody was with you, you'll be like, right, you know, you'll like look over them, right, you know, and then like, yeah, yeah. And so, I mean, that's the only time you would look for validation, unless you're a battered woman and you're scared to answer. That would be another reason why you would look for validation, because you're afraid to say something because you're walking on eggshells and you're like, shit, if I say the wrong thing, you know, when these people leave, I'm going to, you know, get my ass whipped or whatever. Oh, thank you, Hope Floats, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. I really appreciate you. And if you got a membership, make sure to say thank you to Hope Floats and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you. That's so sweet. I wish I lived closer. I was off yesterday and today. Oh, Hope Floats, I know. That's kind of how I am right now. I'm like, I wish I would have known earlier. But then again, like I said, I really want to see how many community members show up. You know, that's who's really important. When Eric Craddock sees the voters in his town out there, he can bullshit and say he doesn't care about his constituents all day, but he does, because that's who's going to vote him into office. Oh, Phoenix Moon received it. Thank you, Town Chat. I could never, like, sometimes I don't get to see who got the membership. So fantastic. Welcome, Phoenix Moon. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That's fantastic. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, yeah, shaking my head. Come on now, Lady Freedom. You should know better. They don't care about Seth. I know. I try, though. I try to give the benefit of the doubt sometimes. I try to be diplomatic when I can. But it's hard. Craddock probably told them not to give Seth the time of day. I mean, I'm guessing that too. But it's like, that is so rude. Like, seriously. I would be the one to go out and buy lunch and bring something back for him. I really would. And then I would have told them to bite me. Is anyone streaming Seth today, Narita? I'm not sure. I haven't seen anybody doing it. Hey, Meow. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hitting that like button. Hey, Sasha. Sasha's on lunch. Let me see, though. Let me see what we got on the tubes. On the YouTube. Boob tube. Oh, I guess there's a breaking news live press conference, Emmanuel Harrow. And there was also that tragic school shooting as well. I'm not seeing anything. If you guys know about it, definitely let me know. I would love to stream it. Here's one from yesterday. Oh, here, wait. No, I don't want to do that. WKRN was the one that did it. News Nashville. News 2 always seems to be there for Seth. I know it was right there. No, it wasn't that one. I watched the other one. I typed in Seth Rogers earlier today and some kid popped up with like, it was like Seth Rogen. And I'm like, Seth Rogen? I'm like, you mean Joe Rogan? From Fear Factor? Alright. Let me just pop this in without the ad here. Skip the ad. Pause. Okay.
I've never lost it. My son is missing. He is not dead.
18 months later, and the mystery remains about what happened to this young man, Sebastian Rogers. The now 16-year-old seemingly vanished from his Hendersonville home in February of 2024.
Seemingly vanished.
Patsy Montesino spoke with Sebastian's father, who is keeping the faith his son is still alive.
I want answers. Where's my son?
This father's love keeps his efforts to find his son going. Sebastian Rogers went missing in February of 2024.
I've got a lot of memories of my son, but I'm not done making memories, and that's the point.
During the first few weeks, there were massive search efforts looking for the autistic teen. But as time passed, they stopped. Now his dad, Seth Rogers, feels frustrated with law enforcement. He says they're not doing enough.
Nobody's been arrested, and my son hasn't been found.
That's why he's standing outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
So I can look at that window, so I can see them if they come out.
Joined by other supporters.
I am part of Team Sebastian. I just want answers. The community deserves to have answers.
Demanding another agency like the FBI get involved. I reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff with these concerns. In a statement, he said this is an active investigation. He says they continue to follow leads and coordinate with the FBI and TBI. He asked you to share the official Amber Alert poster and call them with any information as quickly as you can.
I think about Sebastian every single day, and it has gone on for way too long now. When we reached the 1-year anniversary, I couldn't believe it. And the fact that we're almost 2 years into it is so sad.
Those outside the office hope that by showing up, they can bring more attention to Sebastian's case and find any information that may lead to him.
I've never lost hope. My son is missing. He is not dead.
Seth says he will stay outside until at least Friday.
I haven't left. Don't plan on leaving. I want my son found.
Reporting in Sumner County.
And tell us what you're doing to find him.
Patsy Montesinos.
Sheriff Craddock, we need answers.
News Channel 5.
Look at Sebastian's smile. Oh my goodness, guys.
This is
horrible, horrible, horrible. And do you see how quiet it is around there? I mean, it's like a ghost town. But you're telling me you can't go and look for Sebastian, you lazy MFers. Sasha says, I gotta roll, everyone. Have a wonderful day. We will solve this case and get justice. For Sebastian, we got a good line on sensitivities. We do. I think he's gonna be found, Sasha. I do. Yeah, I do. Nisi Marie. Yeah, you will get them to trust you, and then maybe we'll give you another interview. I agree. I think that's really what it takes is that trust. That trust has to be there. What really ticked me off was watching Seth when he said, "Hello, sir. How are you?" to the officer that walked out, and the officer flat out ignored him and kept walking to his car with his head down. These are people that are paid by citizens, their paycheck, to protect and serve. Would you do that to your boss? Just a question. Yeah, that was really piss poor, Sherry Willette. Thanks for being here. That was like, I mean, yeah. So rude. Here, we'll watch that. Jen was like, thanks, sweetie. That made me laugh, though. That was hilarious. Jen over there. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks a lot. Jerk face. Oh, boy. Yeah, if it was me, I would have at least said hello. I mean, that's the least they could do too, right? Is say hello like a normal person, you know, be a cordial, kind person, but no. We see who we're dealing with, right? We see who we're dealing with. And it's sad because even when we try to give the benefit of the doubt, we can't do that. How come this is doing this? Can I not go back on this? Okay, so we might have to watch it twice. I apologize for that. But it's not long. It's one of Jen's shorts here.
My son not been found after a year and a half. What are you doing to locate and find my son? Because I know that you haven't accepted any assistance from anybody, so that must mean that you got this under wraps. Well, what's under wraps? Because my son's not at my house. My son's not in school right now. I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office. Where is Sebastian? Sheriff Craddock, where's my son? Why has not my son not been found after a year and a half? What are you doing to locate and find my son? Because I know that you haven't accepted any assistance from anybody, so that must mean that you got this under wraps. Well, what's under wraps? Because my son's not at my house. My son's not in school right now. I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office. Where is Sebastian? Sheriff Craddock, where's my son? Why has not my son not been found after a year and a half? What are you doing to locate and find my son? Because I know that you haven't accepted any assistance from anybody, so that must mean that you got this under wraps. Well, what's under wraps? Because my son's not at my house. My son's not in school right now. I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office. Where is Sebastian? Okay, guys. So
the word on the streets of Kentucky.
Oh, sorry.
Sheriff Craddock, where's my son?
It's amazing to me that Katie doesn't care. Presumably. Oh, here's another one. This is the one I was looking for, I think.
How we doing today?
Okay.
Sir?
Patty.
Yep, here he comes. Check this, guys. Check this.
What do you think about Sebastian still being missing? After 18 months, nothing to say? Thank you so much.
What do you expect versus Craddock? That's exactly what Craddock is.
Just ignore them.
Thank you, sir, for your statement, your concern, your care. Sweetie.
All he did was give you a dirty look.
Yeah, that's all he did.
Give me a dirty look. And I think it should replace the turtleneck.
For a policeman, he sure does have some very nice pants.
Mm-hmm.
His pants were expensive pants. Did y'all see them all shiny?
Yeah, he's all...
They must make a lot of money out here.
It's all spiffy.
Yeah,
wonder where he's heading to.
They need more money.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything.
Right?
Placing cameras that are out. Why is it that there is a person that lives in this community All right, let's think about this. The average Joe does not know where all your license plate readers are. All right? I don't know where they are in Clarksville or Davidson County.
Legit.
I live in Clarksville, work in Davidson County. I'm a deputy sheriff, and yet I don't know where all the license plate readers are. Why? Because I'm not out to look for, getting around things. If I do something and I get caught, I get caught. If I'm speeding or I run a stop sign or a red light, they catch me on the plate. Guess what?
Yep.
What kind of person knows where all of them are?
That's what I want to know.
What kind of person turns around and tells people, the finish is in this location. Like that.
Yeah.
They've been down for a couple of years.
Somebody that researches where the cameras are. Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah. Way to go, Christopher Proudfoot.
Yep.
You know where all the license plate readers are. Well, where's my son?
Yeah.
Dickhead.
Where is Sebastian, Chris, Katie? Come and show your support. Chris and Katie, I mean, we're right here asking. Sumner County, where is Sebastian? Don't you want to know, Katie, where your son is? Where's Katie, y'all? What mother doesn't look for her son? A mother that knows where he's at.
The only reason you don't look for your keys is you know where they are.
Exactly.
You don't have to look for your wallet if you know where it's at.
Can you go to First Watch and
Yeah. So there we go. Lori, that was my favorite part. He's like, dickhead. He does have a booming voice. Oh my gosh, does he ever? He sure does. Shiny pants must be prissy. Yeah, well, Lisa, you can't go out and search in some pants like that. You wouldn't want to anyway. Doesn't look like they are doing anything at all. They're just sitting back, The Harley shop gets me too. Yeah, Holly S. I have that as a background, I think. Or is it? No, it's a background. I'll change it over. I mean, really, that's Katie. To make myself a little. There we go. I mean, who does that while their kid is accepting an award for academics at the school? It's crazy. It's crazy. I wish I could have gotten a lot of what Seth was saying as well. In terms of what he told the news outlet, because Jen had it really good on our channel, but the audio is just a little bit, because it was windy and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of the things that he said was really, really good. And my heart just breaks for Seth. This is another one. Yeah, this one is good too with Seth.
I've never lost hope. My son is missing. He is not dead.
18 months later, and the mystery remains about what happened to this young man, Sebastian Rogers. The now 16-year-old seemingly vanished from his Hendersonville home in February of 2024. Patsy Montesino spoke with Sebastian's father, who is keeping the faith his son is still alive.
I want answers. Where's my son?
This father's love keeps his efforts to find his son going. Sebastian Rogers went missing in February of 2024.
I've got a lot of memories of my son, but I'm not done making memories, and that's the point.
During the first few weeks, there were massive search efforts looking for the autistic teen. But as time passed, they stopped. Now his dad, Seth Rogers, feels frustrated with law enforcement. He says they're not doing enough.
Nobody's been arrested, and my son hasn't been found.
That's why he's standing outside the county sheriff's office.
So I can look at that window, so I can see them if they come out.
Joined by other supporters.
I am part of Team Sebastian. I just want answers. The community deserves to have answers.
Demanding another agency like the FBI get involved. I reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff with these concerns. In a statement, he said this is an active investigation. He says they continue to follow leads and coordinate with the FBI and TBI. He asked you to share the official Amber Alert poster and call them with any information as quickly as you can.
I think about Sebastian every single day, and it has gone on for way too long now. When we reached the 1-year anniversary, I couldn't believe it. And the fact that we're almost 2 years
we might have watched this
into
one
it
already.
is
Sorry, guys.
so sad.
Those outside the office hope that by showing up, they can bring more attention to Sebastian's case and find any information that may lead to him.
I've never lost hope. My son is missing. He is not dead.
Seth says he will stay outside until at least Friday.
I haven't left. Don't plan on leaving. I want my son found.
Reporting in Sumner County.
And tell us what you're doing to find him.
Patsy Montesinos.
Sheriff Craddock, we need answers.
News Channel 5.
Poor Sebastian. Look at that smile. And tell me that you don't miss that smile, Katie. Was it worth it? Jeez, it really boils my piss too. It really does, Women's Warrior. The lack of attention from government officials, not taking action against the corruption here is disgusting in my opinion as well. It's absolutely ludicrous to think that they're okay with any of this. It's not okay. It's so wrong. This is a whole child that we're talking about. Sebastian has dreams, working with animals, contributing member of society here. And we're just going to go ahead and say, oh, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. Bullshit. Ma, you're fine. You're not talking too much at all. Don't you worry. IML, good to see you. We're all praying for Sebastian, praying with you, girlfriend. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Town chat, I need to remember that too. I'm sorry. I do. I get so angry. Women's Warrior, we're both in a timeout. Crayon, juice box, coloring book, headphones. Oh, Dick is short for Richard. It is. It is. That's what we're talking about, is a lot of Richards. Yes, he's definitely a Richard head. Oh, goodness. Oh, Kieran McCrory says, McGruff, sorry, says, I don't like to remember the moles Sebastian has on his neck. Well, I don't really think it matters what you are worried about or what you want to remember. It's about looking for Sebastian. It's not about you. Are you missing, Karen? You're right here. You're right here. You might want to go find some wisdom within, go look in a mirror somewhere. Because it doesn't matter what you like to remember. It's about identifiers on Sebastian. You know? That's what it's about. Hey, TJ. TJ says the question that should be asked is why is that the Proudfoot and the Bower Sox have a say-so if you can hand out flyers at Pigfest? Yeah, TJ, we talked about that last night actually, because somebody sent me a screenshot of the email that was sent from Craddock, and you know, it really kind of just solidifies my way of thinking, that they shouldn't have any say so over it at all. I agree with you there. It's very ridiculous. And, it just shows why there's been a lack of an investigation, in my opinion. It shows absolute bias and not unconscious, because I always say in the beginning, I'm sure there was some unconscious bias that came into play, meaning, the police walk into situations where the children are living in horrible squalor conditions, and they're used to seeing that all the time. But then when they walk into a house where there's, everything's in tip top shape, then there's maybe a little bit of unconscious bias also with them being in the military, with their history and things. But now it's absolutely showing bias, people rubbing elbows, going out to lunch with the Proudfoots, like they're some pillars of the community, but their child is missing. I think it's weird. I think we should all show up there at Pigfest and raise awareness about Sebastian, wear t-shirts, hand out flyers. I'd like a plane to ride overhead and say, are you enjoying your fucking ribs? I mean, I'm at that point, and again, sorry, town chat, I know. Richard, there are a bunch of Richard heads. Hey, Richard head, are you enjoying your effing ribs? We don't have to spell the word out effing. It's just kind of putting emphasis on how pissed I am. Women's Warrior says, Lady Freedom, wondering if we all write to the First Lady about this. She's a children's advocate. She needs to do something about this. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think we should write to everybody. I think we should all be writing to everybody that we can think of. The letter writing campaigns are super important, and I know that we've done that with Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. Someone told me that he was resigning, but he's still in it. And guys, I really don't like to get into politics, but I'm here to tell you, I mean, these are the people that we need to be talking to make some change. They need to be aware of it. Everybody needs to be aware. Now, someone did send back a letter. Mima, I think it was you, that you got a letter back saying that the First Lady's well aware of it. And that's good. But I mean, just to remind her every day that we're still here. We're all still here. It's very, very important, in my opinion. Richard, I've heard, you know who else does that too? I think is Bullhorn Betty says Richard. I'm glad he's getting on the news. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, it's about a monster that has no idea. Yes, absolutely. I agree. And it's ridiculous, it absolutely shows corruption, and the FBI should be coming in and taking over. I agree. I think there needs to be a full audit done on what Sumner County is actually doing, because look how quiet it was around that sheriff's office. It's not like they're in this huge city where they have, crime out all the time and there's shootings and they have to respond. It looks like it's a pretty mellow week for them, at least. I mean, just visibly. And why can't they be doing more out there? I absolutely agree. And that's what I said too to the local news stations. I spoke about the FBI coming in because, they need to have there needs to be some federal oversight happening here, right? There just needs to be. I don't think they can talk their way out of this, at all. Yeah, no, and they shouldn't be able to, and ignoring a father that's sitting out there asking for answers, to me is absolutely sad. There's no reason for it. It's adding insult to injury, and why would you want to do that? TJ says, for any child, I'll hand out flyers, and they want to arrest me, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, and it is about the other kids too, TJ. I agree. It's about all of the children that go missing in Sumner County. Like, we have to hold the standard, right? Because if we don't, then we're not doing our job as citizens. It's super important for us to stand up against corruption when we see it, and in my opinion, what is the problem with spreading awareness at an event like that, a community event like that? They should have no issue with it whatsoever. It should be like, absolutely, set up a booth. Would it kill them, right? And that's another thing. Is it gonna affect them tremendously? The only people that it's going to affect is anyone who has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance or after the fact covering it up, right? It's kind of like they don't want to have to look at it. I only repeated what CP said, town chat. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. We're not dealing with the most we're not dealing with the most savory people, Yes, I wish that a lot of you could come for Pigfest. Yeah. I mean, at least there's an event that we know that's going on that they're going to attend, and all of the people that think that they're so great will attend. That is a good idea, Women's Warrior. Women's Warrior has great ideas. I agree, town chat. I don't see a good reason to go Seth. Not at all. No, not at all. I mean, would it hurt to say hello to the man? That's all he wants, is for people to understand where he's coming from and to help him find his son. The least they could have done was gone out there on a slow day like they were having and say, Mr. Rogers, we understand your concern. We stand with you. Is there any place that you would like us to kind of get together and go out and look? Would it have hurt them? No, it wouldn't have. Would they have had to get hot and sweaty and maybe take off those nice Dockers? Yeah, sure. Big deal. Go look for Sebastian. Do your job. You said you're looking for him. He's not in your office. TJ says Lolly has been writing people, and so has Blue. A lot of people we have been writing and calling for the last few months. That's fantastic, TJ. I'm so glad to hear that, because we all have to do it. And, as creators, we can get a big group of people together, and I know that a lot of us share subscribers, and the people that are here for Sebastian who really want to figure out what's going on and just want to help. I mean, it's really, really important that we show ourselves and like, we're still here, we still care. So that's fantastic. And that's I'm guessing that was from Blue's email, is from my understanding, TJ. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to know a little bit more about it, even, because the thing is they should never, those people should never have a say-so in any of that. Like, who are Chris and Katie? Are they a sponsor? Because it didn't sound like they were a sponsor. I think there were some sponsors named off. People were telling me in the chat last night who the sponsors were, like Man Wipes and all this, I mean, so, and I mean, just, it's very concerning that there's that much pull from these people. And we all kind of suspected it, but when you see it in writing like that, it's very eye-opening. Absolutely eye-opening. And I appreciate that too, people that are forthcoming with that information. Because we all need to know about it. We all need to see it. We all need proof. We need the receipts, It's very, very important that we have those things. I don't know. We will be there. I want to see those foots and socks. I will be handing out flyers. They cannot stop us. That's right. And nobody can stop you from wearing a t-shirt that says Find Sebastian. No one can stop us from wearing a bracelet that says Find Sebastian. None of that. No, they can't stop it, even if they want to, even if they want to try to push it under the rug like it's not happening. In my opinion, they just want a paycheck. They've gone complacent like the DMV. Yeah, and I mean, these are missing children. That's what kills me, Holly S. I can't believe it. Since he thinks he is God, we need to excuse me. Since he thinks he's God, we need to generate him, write a book of Chris. Oh man. Oh my goodness. That would be a scary book. File that under the horror section. TJ says, Blue called to see if she could get a booth set up, and they told her she had to have permission from the socks and the feet. See, that's unbelievable. That was my understanding of the situation too, TJ. Thank you for clarifying. My goodness. So now anytime anybody wants to set a booth up at a public community event that is typically put on by the city, sometimes the Rotary, right? I mean, it just kind of depends. I've been involved in a lot of these big events myself. I used to be an event planner as well, where we held a lot of things at the hotel. Like, so I did more like a banquet, not really like these kind of community events. But in the same way, there's a lot of moving parts to it, and typically you don't have, you know, people with missing children calling the shots. Let's just be honest, you know. Very interesting. And I read the email from Craddock that said, like, hey, I don't have anything to do with that part of it. Well, that's not what was said. Holly S. says, in my opinion, it was weird they never told other families to be on the lookout or lock the doors. Nothing. Right, Holly S. That is a huge red flag that would suggest to everybody watching or listening or looking at this case, right, that they believe it was an inside job, or they believe that Sebastian ran away. Because obviously if there was someone in the area that they believed was snatching up kids or it was unsafe, they would be telling people, hey, there's a curfew. You know, we've seen that happen before. Also, you know, telling people to, you know, be aware of the children being outside because someone is out there, right? But we're not seeing that. That's a great point. Women's Warrior says, lady, I wonder if ex-deputy sheriff Sean Taylor, Millersville, Tennessee, who discovered corruption, would advise who is not involved and what action we can take. Don't know how to contact him, though. Yeah, I did reach out to Veterans Against Child Abuse, I believe it was. One of those organizations, and I just kind of got like a generic response back. But I'm interested in the corruption in the area as well. Very much so. Because if it exists in one place, it exists in others as well. Hey, Nano, good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. So, you know, I mean, that's just part of it to consider. But I think they should. I think they should do that. Put all of Chris Proudfoot's statements on the loudspeaker and say, you know, how many people think that this is okay? Because I mean, there's tons of them, tons and tons and tons of them. The most recent one where he says that Sebastian could be, you know, dead in the woods. I mean, that was what Chris said. Like, what father could really muster that when they have a missing child? It's almost like they enjoy seeing him suffer. Very disturbing, Holly S. I think they're sadistic. I think there's a level of sadism involved, in my opinion. Linda Nunley said, did EC tell them to ignore Seth, in my opinion? I'm wondering, Linda, because they absolutely were, and I don't know how they could. Why can't they just say hello? You know, hey, Valley Gal. Yeah, why can you not just say hello? Hey, Seth, how you doing? I hope we find your son soon. Right? We're working on it. Something. But instead, they're so brash and cold, and they don't care. I'll have to go listen, TJ. Yeah, because I just ended up getting a screenshot. So I'll go over and take a listen. My goodness, you know. And I appreciate you coming in and letting us know, because I mean, we definitely talked about it last night a little bit because it was on my mind. And, you know, I hate seeing that because, you know, even though it solidifies what I'm thinking, and it, you know, it can be satisfying to validate some of the ways of thinking or feeling, but it also doesn't make me feel good at all, because that just shows that there is corruption there, and that can, feel a little defeating as well. Like, what are we going to do then if this is the case? If this is true, then how can we combat the corruption that exists on such a deep level? It's maddening. Aw. Mimi Ma, when's your birthday? Chris has no rights. He should be up to Seth. It should be up to Seth and Katie. Well, and that's another thing that, I noticed too, TJ, is that, yeah, they absolutely did not say we're going to ask Seth and Katie if it's okay since it's their son. Never said that. Never mentioned. They always go for Chris and Katie, and they were doing that in the beginning when they were talking to the quote unquote parents, right? Which is really sad, because Seth is his biological father. I mean, they're like two peas in a pod, but even if they weren't, and he took after more of, Katie's features and things like that, and mannerisms, it wouldn't matter, right? Because that's still his dad. And Seth wants the awareness and Katie doesn't. So I think that speaks volumes about everything, and the fact that they're excluding Seth still, even though that didn't work out for them when it came to CPS, any of it. The Sox are not sponsors either, unless they're quiet sponsors, right? Unless they're giving money under the table, which I really do think that that's a possibility, That's a great point, Kiki. Better question, why isn't Sebastian's mom out there passing out flyers? Exactly, Holly S. Exactly. How come she doesn't have a booth at her local pig fest, right? Lisa King says it should be against the law for certain people to control a town. Well, I agree, Lisa. I do. I don't think that they should be able to have a say-so in anyone that, it's very bizarre. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Oh, okay. TJ says she's one of Lolly's mods. She does a lot of stuff. She wrote a law that she's trying to get put in place. Oh, that's fantastic, TJ. Yeah, absolutely. And, that's making a difference. That's making a difference. Oh, Mimima, can you make shirts? That is cool. Yeah, I want to plan for that. Is it October 18th? Did I hear that correctly? Now, and then also what I was wondering, without looking too far into it, because I haven't, I'll just be honest. But like, is it a multi-day event or is it a one-day thing? Like, where they have it just, or is it like the weekend? Holly S says it's going to get very interesting if they try and mess with people who are wearing a Sebastian t-shirt. Yeah, really. Well, and there shouldn't be any reason for that. Everybody should be okay with anybody wearing any type of t-shirt they want. I mean, I have a Johnny Cash t-shirt where he's flipping the camera off, and the only reason I don't really wear that is because it could be offensive, or a kid might see it. But I mean, other than that, but a missing child on your t-shirt? Are you kidding me right now? Again, who is gonna be upset by that? Besides someone who has something to do with it or direct knowledge of what happened to Sebastian, and they don't want that put in their face. That's where I gotta wonder. Oh, it is against the law. You gotta approve it. Oh, you gotta prove it. Probably you're saying, TJ, like you gotta prove that that it's going on. Well, that's the hardest thing, It will be interesting, Lori. I think anybody could go to Pigfest. I don't know if they charge at the door. Some places that, like, they had a thing called Rockin' Ribs. in Springfield. Sorry, just a little stretch there. In Springfield, Missouri, and you paid like for ticket. You know, you bought your tickets, and then you know, you just get into the fair or the fest or whatever. Yeah, really, Town Chat. That would be something else. That would really get under their skin, I'm sure. But yeah, having a mascot size costume, yeah, or just like a mascot that's wearing a T-shirt of Sebastian. Where am I? You know, have you seen this boy? You know, it seems that way, that he's controlled by the higher ups. He doesn't really care, you know, what the townspeople think, but it is obvious that he cares about what everybody else thinks, you know, due to the corruption. They can't be any more obvious, Holly S. I agree. And that's what's maddening, you know? Lori. TJ says, yes, Lisa, they're corrupt and the FBI needs to come in and clean house. I agree. I agree. And we have written to, you know, Cash Patel over here. I think we still need to do Dan Bongino, because I think we kind of put the hold on that just to see if he was still staying in the position. A poster stating Sebastian Rogers did not run away, nor was he lured out of his house. I know, Kiki, I'm sorry, but I really don't think either one of those is what happened at all, you know? And I would think that if one light source came from his house and then, you know, disappeared and, you know, toward the street, yeah, I would believe that then, but no way. No, Mimi Ma, I have not heard any updates on Brandy. I haven't, unfortunately. Kiki says, Town Chat, I am too. I have no idea how to live stream. When we go to be with Seth on Friday, I'll have my son figure it out. There you go, Kiki. I could I could help you. I mean, there's a deal on YouTube where you could just stream right from YouTube. So you won't have to get like StreamYard or anything like that. Now you might have to have a certain number of subscribers. Okay, so it's a 3-day deal. It's a 3 deal. I don't, oh, you know what? The other Kiki 2025 True Crime is not here, I don't think. Ah, yes, TJ, I realized that. I realized that too. Okay, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Alrighty. Oh, I think Nate just got home. Hey, momming it up. Good to see you. Let me put on a video for you guys, and I'm gonna mute for a second because Django gets excited.
Today, Mark. Today marks a year and a half since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Hendersonville home.
And since then, his father says he's had no answers from investigators. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 5. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilkes. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry shows us what he's doing this week to change that.
I'd like to know where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is.
He deserves to be at home. He deserves to be around somebody that loves him.
Sebastian Rogers vanished in February 2024. Search efforts stretched across Sumner County, bringing in the TBI, FBI, and multiple local agencies. But after a little over a week, Sumner County Sheriff's Office announced they were scaling back and shifting their focus on the investigative side. Since March of last year, the Sheriff's Office hasn't held a press conference on the case. And Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian, says his calls to investigators have gone unanswered.
They won't speak to me since I sent them an email telling them about 15 things they needed to check. And if they hadn't done it, then you haven't done your job.
A year and a half later, Seth Rogers says he still has had no answers from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and that's why he's out here today, demanding to know an update to his son's case.
While you up there in that office, I hope you're working on finding my son, because I'm waiting.
With a microphone in hand, joined by friends and supporters holding signs reading "Justice for Sebastian," Seth says he won't stop.
I don't get to take my son hunting or fishing. I don't get to play video games with him. I don't get to play cards. I don't get to watch movies. I get nothing while you're up there in your office.
We just want Sumner County to do something different to get different results.
Even retiring Sumner County District Attorney Ray Whitley says he is anxious to see this case solved.
There is more work to be done than certainly we want to have answers at some point, and I hope and pray that we do.
But Seth says until that happens, he is not leaving. He plans to stand outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office every day this week and for, quote, as long as it takes. He's asking for the community to join him.
Do you expect your children to be safe? Because for the last year and a half, my son isn't. And he's not doing his job to get it done.
News 2 reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff for a statement. He says this is still an active investigation and the department is continuing to follow leads in coordination with the FBI and TBI. If you have any information regarding Sebastian Rogers' whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838 or the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Haley.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. We have Django gets really excited, and I didn't want it to be loud. He starts crying, and it sounds like someone's like, murdering him over here when he's excited. Oh, Town Chat Cafe, thank you for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And I saw that TJ got it. Oh, that's great, TJ. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I've known TJ for a while on these streets. Good to have you, TJ. Hey, Blue Eyes Jules. Good to see you. Thank you so much. I heard that you have a law that you're putting in place, and I think that's fantastic. I think that everything that we can do, every little bit that we can do, because, a lot of times rules, laws, all those things, they just don't come into play until we need them, right? Until we know that we need them or we experience something, which is horrible, if we think about it. But at least when we see the need, we can do better. So I really appreciate you being here. Momming It Up says Town Chat Cafe. Thank you so much for supporting, lady. Yes. Kiki says, hey, Blue Eyes. Lori says, TJ, glad to see you here. Daisy was here last night. Yeah, Daisy was in last night. That's true, Lori. We were talking about all this, and like I said, I hate to see this level of corruption. I really do. Even though it solidifies some of my ways of thinking, it makes me feel a little bit less crazy. But, in the same way, it's still really something. Momming It Up says, TJ, congratulations on the membership. Hope all as well. Thanks, Mom. And Tina Girl, good to see you, Tina Girl, says, hey, Blue Eyes, does Lady know what's going on with the Pig Fest and handing out the flyers? Yeah, Tina, we were talking about it just now. And we talked about it a little bit last night because somebody sent me a screenshot and I was like, okay, this is really interesting to know this. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Town Chat and Mom, and you guys are awesome. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're kind of seeing unfold with Sebastian Rogers' case is just, oh no, I'm so glad you're here, Tina girl. No, don't be sorry. I'm so glad you're here. I know there's a lot going on today, right? We have the presser for Emmanuel Harrow. They still have not found that little baby, and the parents are acting, straight fools, in my opinion. They're absolutely not acting like you would expect them to act, or any of that, really. It's absolutely terrible. And I wanted to show something to you guys as well, and kind of do a comparison today with Rebecca Harrow, because because that black eye thing was really bothering a lot of us, and I wanted to show you guys kind of a video of somebody who really did get attacked out, at the grocery store. So we're gonna go over that too before we end the live. But getting more into the level of corruption that we're seeing when it comes to Sumner County. The biggest problem that I can see is that it seems to me that that town was a small town, kind of turned into a big town, right? And so some of the players in that town, in my opinion, really seem to kind of run the show, right? Because they're willing to give money because, they're building up that small town. And in my opinion, money is the root of all evil. I mean, it really is. It could take a good person and turn them into a not so good person out of greed, right? Because that's where it kind of stems from. But I think even deeper than that, when you have people that have the money and that are doing the backing, and they don't have the best of intentions, or they're criminals, in my opinion, that's where we run into some major difficulties as well. So where's this? There we go. No, I don't want to cover Sebastian. Okay, there's like a normal view of that. Yeah, that is fantastic. That is very, very fantastic, Blue Eyes. I really appreciate everything that you're doing to help. Because we could complain, we could, fuss over it, and rightfully so. I think everybody that's fussing over Sebastian's case is, absolutely, we need to fuss over it. But also coming up with solutions is very important, right? Because it can help us feel more empowered to keep going and doing the right thing when we can see those results. Tina Girl says Gen C talked yesterday about Sebastian, which was good, but I can tell she didn't really look into the 3 a.m. lights video. Yeah, I don't know why they're hiding the 3 a.m. lights video. Because in my opinion, that's where the evidence is. And you have SF Investigates coming out talking about the 10 o'clock cat. Then we have the before that, well, it wasn't even then, before that, he wanted us to focus on the person who was walking their dog, which is ridiculous. And anybody with half a brain cell can see that, there was nothing nefarious going on at those times. But then when we look at, say, and I still have these loaded in. Give me a second. Let me go up a little bit here. when we have evidence of a 3 a.m. light, right, in the neighborhood, and this is the car that, came down Kellen, flipped around at the end of the street, and then went ahead and turned onto Stafford Court and sat there. And when that happened, they tripped off these motion sensor lights, right? And this is when the light sources were coming from the house. Okay, so this is really important. And then, again, the car, right? This is what tripped them off. And then we see Katie and her lights on at 3 a.m. But she said she went to bed at midnight. So I don't see how this is not one of the most important pieces of information and evidence that they have for the night. I don't know why she would negate that. I don't know what the deal is. She has, Mima, she has gone into the 3 a.m. lights. Yeah, she actually was on board with it. That's what's really strange. She also found it to be very odd, the goings on in the Texas Roadhouse too, in my opinion. Tina Girl said Gen C stated that there wasn't a car going in and out of the neighborhood, which was there at 3 a.m. So she hasn't looked into this video at all. Well, I would agree, because look, this is from the neighborhood. And this is video. This is like a still from the video. And Chris at Mob Crew doesn't have any reason to, make this up or to fabricate any of this. This is just what was on the video surveillance, Hey, Poppy Love. GA64 says that picture of them being at a motorcycle shop speaks volumes on how they do not want, how they do not care about Sebastian from the very beginning. CP and KP are monsters, in my opinion. I think so too, GA64. I do. Because only a bad person would be okay with any of this, right? Only someone who had direct involvement would want us to stop talking about Sebastian or want us to forget that he's missing. Because they know where he is, in my opinion. So, of course, why doesn't Katie Proudfoot want to know where her son, Sebastian Rogers, is kind of a rhetorical question. I know a lot of you have said, because she knows where he is. Because she chose her husband because of that ultimatum, Team Monster, too. I mean, that's the thing. And, and poor Sebastian, where does he fall into that? That's the whole problem. Oh, bless you, Mr. B. That's the whole issue. Hey, Lady Freedom, please talk to Blue Eyes. She has some important update information. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. She's in chat. Blue Eyes says we need to take all this frustration and let it encourage us to add that fuel to our fire to be Team Sebastian, not Team Proudfoots or Team Rogers, strictly Team Sebastian. Yeah, I agree with that, Blue Eyes. I do. I know that I do support Seth more than the Proud Feet, and that's only because he's out there, doing everything he can do. I honestly would support Chris and Katie had they been showing that they care about Sebastian and want to find him. If they were out there, I would absolutely cover their efforts, and I would be kind about it. But it's just so hard for me to show compassion or kindness towards people who aren't really looking for him, But I understand what you're saying. Sebastian is who is important. He's missing. Our main focus has to be on him. You're absolutely right. And I appreciate you reminding us of that as well. Blue Eye says when we take the negative and turn it into a positive and pull together as a team, then we can do wonders. I agree, Blue Eyes. I agree. That's the only way I can see that we can do more, right? Because one person saying it is one thing, but having other people come out and stand behind that person and saying it too is super important for everyone to come together. Plus, there's so many different experiences and points of view that are different that can help figure things out, because sometimes we have maybe a narrow view of something, but somebody might say something and it will, spark a new idea, or just really anything. Anything can happen when we have more people involved. And I always like to say too, like we see the TV shows where there's like this main detective that solves everything, but that's not how it is in real life. We have many working parts and many people working together typically to solve these cases, right? It's not just because if it was one main expert, we just bring them into every case. IML says she was getting off the motorcycle and CP was like, yeah. Yeah, I agree. They said were dropping off flyers. No way. No, they were shopping, in my opinion. But I know that they will turn anything around and make it so somebody else was wrong. They're never wrong. I've never heard Chris admit that he was wrong. Even the one time that he started to, like when he said first impressions are everything, and I rub people the wrong way, he said, I can understand that, maybe. I mean, he didn't even take full responsibility. He said maybe. In my opinion, the way that Chris acted when he first came out, I mean, you're not a likable person. You showed your true colors, and that's good. I'm glad he did show his true colors. But you can't backtrack from that, especially when your actions speak louder than your words. Good to see you, Diane. Diane Highland says, hi, I was so proud to join Seth yesterday at Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Thank you, Diane. That's fantastic. Yeah, and it should be a sense of pride to stand behind Seth. People shouldn't be shying away from it or embarrassed of it, in my opinion. Sorry, Django gets so excited, guys, if you can hear him in the background. Tina Girl says, why would you need permission from the people who hated him the most? I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. Well, and that's the thing. They've not said anything nice about Sebastian when they come out and talk about him. And even when they do say something nice about him, they'll say something like, I'll give him that. Chris will say, oh, he's got some one-liners, I'll give him that. Well, he's a funny kid. He has a great sense of humor. That's all we need to leave it at. We don't need to say, well, I'll give him that. How rude. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. Poppy Love says, I hope you're all right, Blue Eyes Jules, that I just nominated you. Should have asked first. I'm sorry. I'm really wanting to discuss this more, if you don't mind. Poppy Love. I know it's really interesting, and it does solidify, what we've all been thinking. I think that validation is another reason why we're seeking more answers on it. Blue Eyed Jules too. And thank you so much for being here again. I really appreciate you. And feel free to share anything in the chat, anything that you would like. KJ Mack says, now he will say he is wrong about something somewhere just to try to prove that statement wrong. He can't help himself. Well, yeah, he does a lot of that backtracking and all of that kind of stuff, KJ. I agree. He doesn't always, and well, he doesn't want to ever take full responsibility for what he says or does. Town Chat says, in my opinion, they were paid by someone who adopted Sebastian, so I think they allegedly came into money that way. I think someone internationally adopted him, in my opinion. That's my gut feeling. Well, and I can't take any of that off the table. You know, like that's my 20% is that maybe they have Sebastian staying with someone either in a school or, you know, someone independently. But I'm just so surprised that that person wouldn't have come forward by now. Hey, Sweetsy says, is there any live feeds on Seth today at the protest? I haven't been able to find any. I've been looking though. I've been looking to see. Yeah, we do still have that petition that Seth started, Miss Ann. I do have it on my page, but I bet you it's probably, you know, lower down because I've been posting a lot lately. I even posted, you know, the dinner I made the other day. So, but no, it's down. It is in there. It's at change.org. Is where the petition is. I could probably drop the link here. Change.org. Because we don't want to start other petitions just so that way we kind of stay on the same page with everything. But that way, because this one is for the FBI to step in, and now Seth has, you know, asked for this to happen. I want to say since, you know, end of March, early April, right? Yeah, started April 14th. Here it is right here. 20,095 signatures, right? So we still need more. Let me see if I can't share this out on a link. I mean, there's all kinds of people too, you know, who've shown support to this. So this is so great. But yeah, this is the main petition. I'm just making sure I got the right one. And I've already signed it, so I can't do that. Let's see if that comes through as a link. Hopefully it will. But this is the one. And like I said, quite a few signatures, so that's wonderful. Town Chat, I'm thinking the same thing on the adoption. Valley Gal says the same thing on the adoption. And I think it's very, very possible that that could be the case. I know. Isn't that great for Diane to be there? Yes, absolutely, Poppy Love. I agree. Yes. Seth needs all of the support that he can, handle. I know sometimes he's not a hugger, but even somebody to go shake his hand or just stand next to him and say, we're here, you know? Town Chat says, in my opinion, that could allegedly explain where he's at. He's not coming back from, allegedly, in my opinion. Well, it would also explain why they're not looking, you know, because that's always really bothered me too. You know, the fact that they're not looking is worrisome, in my opinion. You know, it is, because we expect them to want to go find Sebastian, you know. So, hey, little Redo, good to see you. Valley Gal's thinking that there could be some sealed court docs somewhere. Yeah, just your opinion. Well, excuse me, I think that there very well could be something shady going on. I mean, obviously there were pictures snapped of Sebastian. That's really weird to me. Whatever was being told at the table doesn't seem, in my opinion, it wasn't something good, right? It seemed like there was tension. Even though we couldn't hear what was going on, we could just kind of see it, but the tension was pretty high, in my opinion. I've already signed that petition. Okay, great. Yeah, absolutely, Anne. I was wanting to do the one that Blue Eyes Jules Oh, okay, Jules, you have a petition too. Okay, I didn't know. I'm going to say bye for now. Goodbye, Mama, and thank you for being here. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful day as well. Yeah, we all got to stick together on that, advocating for Sebastian. Thank you, Mama, and thank you. I mean, I think it's a strong possibility. Poppy Love says, didn't CP say something about having $1 million could get Sebastian back? Yeah, he's like, if I had $1 million, or if I had all that money, then we wouldn't have to worry about getting Sebastian back. Something to that effect. I do remember that. Yeah. Blue Eyed Jewel says, I was told I needed the sheriff's permission to be able to do anything at Pigfest, but I have an email from Craddock that says different. Right. Like he was denying it. Yeah. And that's what I was trying to, last night when I was explaining it, from my understanding, I was like, but the sheriff denied it, which I didn't want people to think that he denied what you were asking. But he denied that he had any power over said decisions, right? So that was interesting. Aw, thanks, Poppy Love, and thank you for sharing that, Blue Eyed Jules, because that was very interesting. So you were kind of getting the runaround, and then it's my understanding that they also went ahead and closed down and said that there were no more vendor spots available, or no more booths available, was my understanding. KJ Max says, I just want to know what their guilty knowledge is. Yeah, I do too. I want to know what actually happened, because I mean, another thing that I was thinking of that is a possibility, which I've always kind of been more on the side of it being premeditated. But if it wasn't, it could have been maybe an accident perhaps, or it was where somebody snapped, right? Where there was a situation that came about and it wasn't foreseen. It was just someone snapped, right? But the only person that was supposedly in the home with Sebastian was Katie, so that would put her back there, right? So it all kind of goes back to Katie, no matter which way I slice it, because of the information that we have in terms of there being the light sources going back and forth. So just something to consider when I think about that part of it. So IML says, do you think maybe a trade, if not having the money for a school for Sebastian, could there have been a trade of a new house? I mean, that's what they do. Oh, I see what you're I see what you're saying, IML. That is possible. I mean, because we would have to look into, if a deed switched hands at any point, right? A deed for the home. Something like that. Yeah, that's what's hard, Town Chat Cafe, is it is difficult to decipher the possibilities, because it could be something that none of us have thought about before, although I know that a lot of us have gone over many of the details and things like that, and possible scenarios. CP wishes he had known that Seth had Sebastian all set up for school. He did say that on Web Sleuths. Yes, I do remember that. Was that what it was about? I do need to go back and listen to that one. Yeah, I mean, he said if we would have known all of this, like, you should have told Katie and I about this and stuff like that. Well, what does that matter, though? At this juncture, it shouldn't have mattered, GA64 says, sign the petition and share it on my Facebook page. Oh, great. Thank you, GA64. Yeah, that was another weird circumstance in the case. IML says, remember that fire at Second Generation right after? That's weird. It is. It is very weird. And then we know that, like Chris was talking about, how Sebastian liked to go to White House when he was upset. He liked it in White House. And then we figure out that Aunt Melissa also lives over there. So, interesting. KJ Maxx says CP has shown himself to be impatient, and with the short fuse, Sebastian going to Seth wasn't fast enough and certain enough on Katie's end. That is why his comments bothered me, and I wished I had known. Right. No, I totally understand what you're saying there, because I do think that they had a short fuse with Sebastian. I don't think that they showed him any type of compassion, and even meeting him where he was at, right? Like, there wasn't any of that. And I also feel like when Smiley straight up asked them, do you think that Sebastian was a burden in your marriage? Neither one of them answered. Katie didn't answer until Chris did, right? He said no, and then she said no. She should have said no immediately. It really goes to her state of mind and how she is feeling. Because, you know, she had every opportunity to say, no, my child, what do you mean a burden? Why would you ask me that? You know, it might even be, and not that Smiley was saying it in an offensive manner. In my opinion, she wasn't. But I'm just saying that might even be taken or misconstrued as offensive if you don't feel that way. Like, what do you mean a burden? No, God, no, my child's not a burden. Why would he be? That's not the response that was given. Not the response that was given. Yeah, and his comment about if we had $1 million, he'd be home. Yeah, if we had $1 million, he'd be home by now. Yeah. Oh, hey, Robini, good to see you. Hey, Janet. Katie, where is Sebastian? Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Michelle Pacework, good to see you. KJ Maxx says both of those comments make me think he was involved and would have rethought the situation. Couple that with the school for troubled kids. Well, and that's one thing that I could never get over either, is why they were sending Sebastian to such a school. You know, it really does bother me, because I just don't think that that's a place that he would have done well, and I don't think that that was a place that he belonged. So yeah, I've always had issues with that. I've just always had issues with that, because to me, you would think that you would try to find a school for individuals who are on the spectrum, especially with the recent diagnosis, understanding and knowing that. And on top of that, Sebastian has a rare chromosome deletion that he's, you know, been diagnosed with since he was, you know, a baby. So she was already well aware of that. So you're going to put a child into a behavioral school who has a microdeletion on chromosomal deletion. I don't understand that way of thinking at all. Not at all. As a mother, you're trying to find the best possible situation for your son. It's not that. With a bunch of kids that went to juvie? No, I don't think so. That's right, Janet. That's so right. Keep praying. All Sebastian needs to be found. God is good always. Thank you, Janet. Mom and It Up says people need to know, even if you're standing somewhere else holding Sebastian's poster, it can make an impact. Many will see it, possibly local news, etc. I hope so, Mom, and I hope that Seth gets a lot of love and support, you know, and for Sebastian. It's about Sebastian. I can't believe people wouldn't want to know more, you know, about what's going on. Hey, Gina. Gina says, I'm here with Seth. It was just the two of us. 2 others just showed up. Oh, good, Gina. Thank you so much for giving us an update and for letting me know. Yeah, because I was wondering. And it might be hard for him to live stream too, guys. I mean, it is a lot of working parts, you know? Lori says, amen, Janet. Tina girl, if it was so bad, then why not ask Seth to take him? I'm sure Seth would have figured something out. Well, I feel like that too, Tina girl, especially if it was like so horrible. And I do think it was bad. I think that poor Sebastian had to walk on eggshells all the time. I think Chris did not like Sebastian. I think he was absolutely giving out ultimatums, which is never a good scenario, right? Usually ultimatums can be really stressful in a relationship. Usually it ends with ending the relationship, and not in this way. But I mean, obviously something was taken very seriously. Gina says, please, whoever can come, even for a few minutes. Thank you, Gina. Yeah, and if you guys are around the area, just stop over. Like for a few minutes that is so true. You don't have to stay long. Just to go over and say hi. Go over and tell Seth we support you. It really worries me, guys, that the community isn't wanting to come out and do anything. Really, really worries me. I mean, it just shows that they're probably afraid. IML says, I think they were also worried that Sebastian might tell Seth something, but don't know. Yeah, I know it's hard to tell, because we can speculate. And I don't think it's a bad thing that we're speculating. I think that we are just trying to kind of figure it out. But yeah, it's not looking good. In my opinion, Chris made him a burden, set him up to fail at every turn. I agree, Holly S. And that's the thing. I don't think Chris allowed for Sebastian to be a kid and to learn and, make mistakes. We all do. And look at Chris. He can't even pronounce half the words that come out of his mouth correctly. We all mispronounce things, but good Lord. And he continuously uses these words and mispronounces them as if they're, excuse me, as if he's really like using the correct word, like pervy. Like he still says pervy, even though we laugh about it and we've teased and made fun of and poked fun. He still thinks it's pervy. He doesn't realize that privileged information, short for privy information, is the way that it's pronounced and understood. I mean, he's a moron, in my opinion, allegedly. His school picture, Holly S. That's his school picture up there, guys. I think it's on that side. His eyes look haunted. He looks like he had a very, very bad day, a very bad morning. And then we see what he looks like when he's very, very happy. And he has that beautiful smile. Robbie, and he says they couldn't tell Seth they were abusing him, so take him. They tried to make it look good, in my opinion. Yeah, and they were trying to blame it on Sebastian, They were trying to blame it all on him as if he did something wrong, right? Like, because they weren't going to be like, hey, we're not being the best parents. Sorry, guys, I really need a haircut. My hair is, like, so wild, especially, like, with all this, the humidity and the heat. But yeah, the whole entire thing was like, oh, Sebastian's bad. He's so horrible. He's so much to deal with. We need to figure something out with him. But they never once said, what can we do to make the family a better working unit, right? But they weren't interested in that because they were just interested in getting Katie, I suppose, to be on board with him going to his dad's house. That's how it was explained in the beginning, at least. Mom It Up says, even if we can only send a letter, make a phone call, everything can absolutely help. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. I agree. Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, and it's about multiple people doing it. You know, if only one of us does it, it's not going to help. You know, Michelle says, in this situation, everybody failed in one way or another. No offense intended, but I can't help myself, or I can't help my feelings. Michelle, I agree with you. I agree with you absolutely. Myself included. You know, and I don't like to, you know, like get down or whatever and be like, oh, shoulda, woulda, couldas. But in the same way, yeah, because there were people that I supported that I thought were fully supporting Sebastian, who were really looking for him, who really cared about where he was, and they didn't. They were grifting off of his case. Terry Lynn, that was my fault too, because that was my poor judgment. My poor judgment. And then we have CPS. You know, we have CPS. We have Sumner County Sheriff's Office, who took, in my opinion, face value on the Proudfoot story, saying, oh, you know, he ran away, but then they get on the news and say he's never run away before, he's not a runner, you know, and then they go on and say, well, you're not in trouble, you know. Well, was he in trouble though? Because it seems like he was, because they kept on saying, you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble. So if the last thing that Sebastian thought of, in my opinion, was that he was in trouble, that's why they're saying you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble, because they knew that he was in trouble, right? For something, or thought he was in trouble, but they don't want him to think he's in trouble. It's just crazy. Tina Girl says, I don't think Sebastian was the troubled child that they were trying to say he was. The problem, yeah, was CP, not Sebastian. I agree with that. And even if the child is having trouble, that doesn't mean it's going to be forever. You know, it could be a phase. It could be because of some trauma. It could be because of numerous reasons, right? Them just being, you know, a teenager. Teenagers assert their independence and, you know, can be a lot to handle, you know. And even if they're a good kid and they're not troubled per se, they're just going through their teen years of being rebellious and, you know, thinking they know everything. And yeah. KJ Max says, I see what you mean, Michelle. I'd raise the statement too. The only true failure is by those who have given up looking for Sebastian to bring him home to get answers and justice. Well said, KJ Mack, as always, honestly. And the bottom line is that they could be out there just doing the very same thing, right? Raising awareness, but they're not. Robini agrees with Tina 100%. Lori too. Valley Gal. Janet says, the world loves you, Sebastian. All children are blessings from God. They are. And, you know, it's up to us to take care of them. It is. It really is. And it's up to us as a village to come together and say, where is this child? It's been far too long. What are you doing to advance the search efforts? What are you doing to investigate? Because they really should probably go back to square one, but they're not doing that. I think they absolutely need to listen to Chris Proudfoot's statements to the McCoys. You know? Aw. Maman says, I have the littles, or I would sit there all day and night with you all. If you need anything, I can drop stuff off. I was thinking of coming by tomorrow to bring pizza for you all to eat. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Maman. I wish I could join you. Oh my gosh. I wish I could get like a big van together and just start at one end of the country and pick you guys up, and then I'll end up in Tennessee. I really do. Oh, careful there, Town Chat. Sometimes looking at the screen always does that to me. I'll get my eyes burning. Oh yeah, Rob Beanie, you got a dab in the chat. It's my favorite thing when Rob Beanie dabs in the chat. Hey Don Oswald, good to see you. I just hope that KP is happy with the choice she made. I don't see how she could be. You know, I thought a lot about that, especially like with the McCoys talking about how, you know, the guilt, the burden. I mean, we talked about that as well before they did that live, talking about the call that they had with Chris, trying to get an interview face to face with Chris and Katie, right? And I think that is not only smart, but that's how I'd want to do it, honestly. Like, I wouldn't want them to come up here with just their avatar where I wasn't able to look. You know, if I give the courtesy of showing who I am all the time and putting myself out here, then the very least that you can do is to show me your mannerisms, the way that you're speaking, you know, because arguably I could get up here and you guys could have no idea. I could be sitting over here doing whatever and you would have no idea. My avatar is the only thing you would ever see, you know? And so that's why I kind of choose to get up here and show you guys who I am, show you how I talk with my hands, how I look into the camera, whatever. They need to do the same thing. That's the only way to get a true read on somebody. Even me sitting here showing you who I am, just doing this, right, is completely different if you and I were to go out to lunch together. It's completely different, right? You would be able to see my mannerisms. You'd be able to shake my hand. All of that comes into play. You'd be able to see how I treat others in an environment, right? Those things are important to understand, in my opinion, when you're assessing someone and giving them a fair assessment. It's only fair for you to be transparent with the other person and the other person being able to be transparent with you. So, Rob Beanie. Oh, good. I'm glad, Town Chat. Something tells me she's not happy with her choices at all, and that's sad. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be happy with my choices either. And to be honest, I think a lot of people do side-eye Chris and Katie, but they won't admit it. You know, they don't want to come out on camera and say it, although they do. You know, and we've heard that a lot, you know. We've heard that a lot from a lot of different people. Like even months and months and months ago, I remember JLR went over there and was like interviewing people all around. And even the people that were working at the hotel were, you know, locals. And they were like, yeah, Chris and Katie are guilty. And, you know, I mean, that's what they think. Are they going to get on camera and say it? No, probably not. You know, I mean, I wouldn't. If I lived there, I probably would be a lot more careful because, you know, I wouldn't want my tires slashed by, you know, the Bower Sox. I mean, I'm just being honest. KJ Max says my favorite CP word gobble is polygrapher. Word wobble, sorry, is polygrapher. For one who gives a polygraph. Oh my. It's funny as hell though. It is. It really is. He wouldn't know a polygraph if it smacked him in his face. He's never taken a real one. He only did that with his friends over at the TBI, in my opinion, allegedly, according to what he said. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chris is the one that would drive anyone to have too much moonshine. Like pervy and privy. And then he has the weirdest euphemisms, or like some of the things he says. He's like, don't let your alligator mouth get your tadpole behind. I'm like, what are you talking about, you psycho? It doesn't even make sense. You're talking about an alligator versus a tadpole, which is a baby frog. I mean, what the... And I don't think that his chocolate around his mouth. Oh, me, ma. I know. I don't think so either. But, you know, Katie was really quick to be like, oh, look at the chocolate milk. Yeah. Well, and you can also see right here, he's got a bit of a shiner. Poor Sebastian. Poppy Love says, what was in CP? Excuse me. what was it CP threatened Seth about when he was talking on the phone with the girl that was investigation in the beginning, and CP and Seth better never open his mouth with Bobby TBI said, oh yeah. So with that, Poppy Love, that was whenever Chris and Katie were talking with Heather, the PI, and they were saying like, well, because he was upset with Chloe, but Chloe didn't even put the information out. She just said that she had the information that Katie's mom is an RSO, right? Which she is an RSO. Okay. There's the receipt. Okay. And she terribly brutalized Katie and everything. And we won't go into it, but it is just what it is. You know, and I wonder if the McCoys know that, because I know that they were talking about looking into the family members and stuff like that. I wonder if they're aware of the type of people that are, you know, in Katie's corner. But yeah, he was upset about that, and he was saying that, you know, basically if Seth doesn't shut up and stop talking about Katie's side of the family and just everything, if he opens his mouth again, he'll never be opening it again, right? Also, he talks about Bobby from the TBI, that they're going to get Bobby and Carter on the phone and have a little effing powwow, and then, you know, Chloe's like, well, we don't want to have a powwow like that, and he's, you know, of course he loves threatening women. You know, he wasn't acting like that when it was Mr. McCoy on the phone. Unfortunately, I feel like if it was only Mrs. McCoy on the phone, Chris would have felt okay to do what he does with every single woman, which is disrespect them. I mean, very disrespectful, rude. I mean, he's done that with several women. So it's funny he doesn't do that when it's a man. Yeah, you know, that is a really good option, Michelle. Why didn't they get some in-home help for Sebastian through insurance to pay to help with Sebastian's needs? You know, I really don't think Sebastian was the problem though, Michelle. That's the thing. I mean, I see what you're saying though. Like if they were to do some home therapies or something like that could be helpful, but I really don't think that it's like when you're in a one-sided relationship with somebody, right? And you're the only one that's trying and the other person isn't, then it's never going to work. It doesn't matter how much counseling you get. If that other person doesn't get counseling and also work to make it a better environment, a better relationship, what have you, it's never going to get better, right? You could be the best person ever, but if that person's still being a jerk, then there's no point. It's like you might as well just, you know, like Tyler Perry says, I could do bad all by myself, right? Might as well just go do good on all by yourself, you know, because that other person's never gonna change. So if the family dynamic as a whole doesn't change, then it doesn't matter how perfect Sebastian is. It doesn't matter how much therapy Sebastian gets. It doesn't matter how many people come to the house to work with him. He's still stuck in a shit environment where these people are shitty people, right? Who don't think that they have a problem and that they don't have to work on anything. It's always Sebastian. And that we see this in abusive relationships, you know, between a man and a woman or whatever, partners, right? It could happen in same-sex relationships. It can happen in any relationship. So with that being said, if only one person is working on it, it's never going to change. If both people come together and work on it together and make those necessary changes, then yeah, everything will probably get better as a whole. But if only one person is working on it, it'll never get better. It's called one-sided. Robini says, I don't think anyone knows for sure, Poppy. No. And that's the thing. There's a lot of unknowns. No way. No. Yeah. No way you could have known. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, Valley Gal. She fooled a lot of us. Yeah. In my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I try not to get too down on it, but that's one way that I can think of that I definitely failed Sebastian, because I shouldn't have been spending any time or efforts supporting that, But now I find out how that all worked, and I'm like, it could have, it absolutely was a manipulation on her part. So it's also her fault. Um, Robini said some people thought it was about the essay on Sebastian, but why would Bobby be talking about that like it's a secret? I don't know. Yeah, I see where you're saying that, Robini. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's like they did want that to come out and they didn't. They were holding it over Seth's head for a while. They were going on the, people who would listen to them, and they were talking about basically that if we knew how Sebastian really is, pisses me off to say it, that we wouldn't be looking for him. Right? They wanted us to believe that Sebastian had this issue that none of us would be able to get over. So they're the ones that started planting seeds. And when we started to, dig a little bit, they got upset with that. In my opinion, they were just trying to blame Sebastian for all of it. Lori, yeah. Yeah. And, a lot of people like to take advantage of situations, so it's their fault ultimately. But we all have a responsibility. It takes two to tango, in my opinion. That's kind of the way I look at it. Robini says, I saw through KP from day one. She thinks she's such a great actress. Well, I mean, I did too, especially, well, see, my thing is that when I first saw the Holly Thompson interview, I automatically assumed, which was bad on my part, right? Because when you assume, you make an ass, right, out of yourself, you and me. But I thought that was the first interview. Well, come to find out, Duchess was the first interview. When I listened to that one, I was like, oh, hell no, right? Like, she's fake crying, I mean, if I turned off my camera, I could probably do an impression of Katie and, or if I turned off my camera and I pretended to cry, you guys might think I'm crying back here. That's another reason why it's so important for people to be transparent and just say, this is me. This is what I'm telling you. And, you can make it better. You can make up your mind better than somebody who, has an avatar of a, well put together person. With them, they didn't even put their pictures up, and that was another thing that they did, in my opinion, strategically, in order to say that wasn't really us, because that's the kind of bullshit that they pulled in court with Bullhorn Betty. Oh, well, how do you know that that's actually me saying that and threatening to run you over in the street? It's just a C avatar, right? They were trying to take advantage of the courts, who aren't very tech savvy, in my opinion, to understand the way it works. So they were saying, well, how can you prove that's even me? All the more reason that, if you come up on my panel and I'm side-eyeing you, like, you need to have a conversation with me where I can see you. Because otherwise, how am I going to get a good read on what you're saying? And then another thing, too, that I noticed in the Duchess interview, and I'm not faulting Duchess for this at all. I'm not. But, it was like Katie was deliberately stopping what she was saying. And then Duchess is like, it's okay. take your time, breathe. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, she doesn't need to take her time. She doesn't need to breathe. She's faking it. She's faking it, in my opinion. You know, so it's frustrating. And because I was like that too, Robini. I'm like, oh, good Lord, here we go. Because I didn't believe her in the Holly Thompson video when I could see her and the rocking back and forth. I was like, is she autistic? Like, there was a lot of things in the beginning that it was very difficult. You know, I was like, she's either on the spectrum, she's self-soothing, or she's trying to distract from the situation. And in my opinion, since we've never seen her do that ever again, the whole, ooh, no, we've not seen her ever do that again. Fake. Fake with a capital F. Fake. You know? So, yeah. And she did. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you know, it when they're deliberately trying to fool, it's on them too, you know. Robini says, I do understand people trying to have compassion and give the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, but she's definitely proven herself now. Yeah, and that's why I can't really fault Duchess, right? Because, I mean, you know, she's probably thinking this lady is so distraught. She can't talk right now. You know, take your time. I mean, I did that while I was speaking with one of the people that I'm looking to have on the show and talk about a cold case, right? And I did absolutely the same thing. I'm like, hey, take your time, you know, because I know that what we're talking about and some of the questions that I'm asking are hard questions, right? And I'm not talking about that I don't believe this person. I'm talking about the subject matter is hard. We're talking about, you know, her husband who she cannot find him and it's been 10 years, right? So with that being said, it's like, please take your time. If I ask you something and you don't want to answer it, please don't think that I'm going to be offended, right? We're going to go at your pace. And I think that that's smart. And I think that that's compassionate. So I absolutely agree with you, Robini, but it's a big difference, right? When they're taking advantage of your compassion, your care, and your love for finding a missing person, and they're using it to their advantage. And I think that that's what Katie did to Duchess. And I've said that from the beginning. I mean, absolutely. And they're best buds, you know what I mean? Like, you know, she's down with it. She's cool with it. That's on her. I don't care. But am I gonna sit here and believe that shit? Hell no. You got me. Nope. Nope. Not even a little bit. No. No, I don't think any of that was genuine at all. Not at all. I think a lot of them do as well. Valley Gale says, I believe so many in this community know what happened. Good old boy club creepy, in my opinion. I think so too. I think that elevated goof guy was about to spill the beans, right? He was about to spill the beans, and then you had all of these people come up and fly in, you know, Queen Bee, Clue, Granny, all of them like crashed his panel and was like, no. And then CP crashed the panel, right? So, oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's why you got to be careful, you know, who you sell your soul to. You got to be careful who you associate with, because it comes back to bite you. You know, it does. It did me. I understand it. Aw, that's so sweet of you guys. That is such a good idea. Mom and I might be able to throw down with you on that too. I'll shoot you a text message too. So maybe I'll throw in, because I did want to send over, I mean, I can't send a lot, but I can send a little bit to Seth for, you know, a coffee or whatever he wants, whatever his little heart desires, because he's out there fighting for Sebastian. Katie said, I don't know why he walked out that door. Katie, did you see him walking out the door? Janet, it makes you wonder though, really? It does, because it's like the way she said it too. She's like, I don't know why then she takes a deep breath and blows out, right? Like, kind of like she did when she messed up in, the year anniversary. I don't know why breath in, breath out. I don't know why he walked out that door. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I mean, contradictory statements. So how did the police strictly operate on the assumption that Sebastian walked off when Katie's pulling that shit right there? Because that's what it is. She's pulling some shit. She's saying, I don't know why he walked out the door. And then she's saying that my son's not a runner. He's never run away before. So right there, the police should have had their spidey senses tingling. And they didn't. Obviously, or they would have looked at it from another angle and said, okay, it's time for us to start grabbing up some carpet out of Sebastian's room. It's time for us, time to get some warrants. Time to get some warrants. And Chris Proudfoot, sit the hell down, because you're not running this show. But instead, they allowed for him to run the show. They just did. And then subsequently, Chris wanted to go on everybody's panel thinking he can run their shows. I ain't going to do it over here. No way. Because people were more than cordial to him on their shows. I mean, I'm just not good at kissing ass. I'm just not. I've never been good at kissing ass. I'm never going to be good at it. I just can't do it. It's just something in me. I can be cordial. I can be kind. I can be professional. But am I going to kiss your ass? Hell to the nah. Especially when you're going to get up here and try to disrespect me. Never will happen, Proudfoot. Never will happen. And I'm not scared of you. I think you're a big man baby with small little tennis shoes. Big man boobies. KJ Maxx says the human mind is designed to identify patterns, and boy, are the patterns for us to identify among the Footling and Sox clan. Yeah, no, I completely agree. We do recognize the patterns, and then also, like, those of us that are in true crime recognize patterns as well. We just do. It's kind of part of, like, looking at these cases, right? It's so glaring. It's like you can't turn away and say, oh yeah, that's not a pattern. It's absolutely a pattern. Put the kid to bed at 9:00. They vanish in the middle of the night. Something's up. Holly S says, I think the whole town suspects them, but they feel helpless. I can see that. Yeah, because if everybody in positions of power are willing to do wrong, I mean, yeah, that's going to be the outcome. That's going to be the outcome. And I agree too, Lori. I mean, it's just, that's how it is going to be. Because you hate to be the one to just stand up, but I think this is speaking volumes. I think this was brilliant on Seth's part. Let's see how many locals show up for this. Let's see how many people actually care. Let's see how many people are willing to at least just show up. Okay, you don't have to be on camera. No one's live streaming this today. Go support Seth. If you support him, right? And if you don't support Seth, support Sebastian. It's very hard to judge text, but human face and body language never lies. You're right, Michelle. You're right. It's so hard, and that's a great point. Like, I know probably all of us have done this, but you misread a text, right? And you're like, what? Was that a rude comment or not? Like, sometimes you're like, because if somebody's short, right, or something, you might misread the comment, or you might take a gander at a long or scan over a long message, and then you might reply with a reply that, isn't correct, right? Because you really didn't read through it all and whatnot. But you could absolutely tell more about the tone, right, that you wouldn't get from a text message. So, if I said to you, good morning, that's a sarcastic good morning, right? But if I was like, good morning, that's a happy good morning, my best version of it. But again, you can tell with tone, and that's a huge indicator. It's a huge indicator when we're communicating. Holly S. says, it's weird to me that the police must hear him yelling all these lies and they don't do anything. Or excuse me, telling all of these lies and they do not do anything. I agree with that, Holly S. I don't know that they've even taken the time to listen to half of the things that Chris has said. I don't think that they've taken the time to do it. I think that they have given up, and they gave up a long time ago. I think they gave up back when they did the very last press conference in April. We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. If you can do better, then go ahead and do it. What a Richard. Mom It Up says, Town Chat, that's a great idea. My son's doing sugar cookies and brownies, probably better than me. Aw, trying to transport pizza. Oh, that's so cute, Mommin. Aw, I've been known to drop the boxes. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's so funny. How cute. Aw. I want to come over and help. I'm way better at cooking than I am at baking, but I like to decorate and stuff like that. That's fun. So many red flags from day one. Sebastian, we pray and trust you will be found. Janet, I really do think Sebastian's going to be found. I do. And I've told people that too, especially if they're getting upset. And I'm like, look, we're going to find him, because I do think that. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think that. I'm not just giving lip service. I think we're going to find him. We just can't give up. Michelle says CP would bring out my inner Dexter if I found him around for too long. That's so funny. I need to go watch the new Dexter. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. Oh, goodness sakes. I know, he was righting the wrongs, wasn't he? Dexter. Oh, man. I was like, WTF is he talking about? Golly. Nobody ever knows. Hey, Veronica, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Has anyone seen KP's sister? Does she look like the green hoodie? I think Katie's mom does look like the green hoodie. I do. I can't lie. I think that she looks like him, or looks like that person. I've not seen her sisters though. I've not, so I don't know. But I don't know. Does anyone else know about that in the chat? Hey, Dawn. Dawn says, can we take a second to pray for the victims of the school shooting this morning? Absolutely, Dawn. I was going to look that up too. Sure thing. And thank you for reminding me, because I do want to look that up. How unexpected was that? Hey Jude gave me a call right before my live and told. All right, this is 13 minutes ago, guys. Minneapolis school shooting. Oh my. I think this is it. Okay, it says 2 hours ago. My bad. Let's go ahead and I'll share this over. Thank you, Dawn.
Students at that school who just found out those students are safe. I want to play some of what she told our affiliate KSTP.
Why are you here? My husband's a firefighter, and he got a phone call this morning and said that there was a incident at Annunciation, and that's where my niece and nephew go to school. So he we live nearby, so he just took off on foot. And my brother-in-law is a firefighter too, and it's his kids that go to Annunciation. And thankfully, we heard about 15 minutes ago that they're safe. But it's so awful and it's so scary. And I just am really proud of my husband and my brother-in-law for just running into the danger. And I just pray for the community.
How old are your niece and nephew?
They are in 8th and 2nd grade. Yep. So they just started school on Monday.
Yesterday or Monday.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Today was the third day.
Third day. Yep. Yeah.
I'm bringing in our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, because Rebecca, you grew up in this neighborhood. What's it like to see this reaction from right around the corner from where you grew up?
It's so tough, and I think there's so many people watching right now who feel the way that aunt feels, knowing that they either have a connection to the school or feel connected to the idea that there are children involved here, that this was supposed to be a day in a community where people believe that they're sending their children to school, a place to learn, a place to be educated on a nice sunny day in Minneapolis, that to have it broken, to have it shattered by this is just absolutely devastating. It takes away the innocence of that moment. And you see these pictures here. This is a community where there are tree-lined streets. You have sidewalks and homes with garages. It's a desirable place. People work hard to live in places like this, and it is a close-knit community. I understand Annunciation is a very close-knit community, the school and the church there. I went to school not far from there. I know people in that area well. My cousins live in the area, and there are so many people this morning who are heartbroken over this and hoping when we hear later from the mayor and the police chief, hoping that we get some kind of helpful news, something better out of all of this. And of course, there are the parents waiting right now to be informed about their own children and to reunite with their children, the ones who are okay after a horrific incident like this.
Yeah, it's so important to remember even the survivors of this may have suffered
well, what they've
repercussions
had
from
to
this.
experience, what they've seen, what they've witnessed.
Oh, sorry guys. I don't know if it's buffered because it was over or what. That is so absolutely sad. Oh, it's still buffering. So, do we know who the shooter was, I wonder? Does anybody know that? So sad. We will be praying, Dawn. Thank you so much for reminding me too, because I might have forgot. Coming together in unity and prayers for them. Thank you, Town Chat. Momming It Up says, I think Seth said they did have an ABA that went to the house, but if K and C are refusing to change what they need to, it won't help Sebastian, in my opinion. It's a family effort, you know. Yes, Mom, and I agree with that 100%. It's like any relationship, you know, like if one person is the only the one doing it all, then it's never going to work out. You know, it has to be a group effort. Ann says the Hatfield and McCoys are are the ones that came out about an hour ago. They talked about Sebastian and that Jaden have something in common. You have to go watch after you get done here, Lady Freedom. Okay, I will, Miss Ann. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, because I only watched the one last night. That was from a day ago, so I was a day late. Hopefully not $1 short. A day late and sometimes always $1 short. But yeah, I will go check it out. I think they see the similarities. I think in my opinion, from what I watched, they just don't want to accuse anybody wrongfully. And I completely respect that. And I understand it. You know, I'm very hesitant to do that either, but I've just been following Sebastian's case from the beginning, and I've listened to damn near every interview that they've ever spoke publicly on a panel, except for the one that Mom and you showed the other day. And that was the one that I just didn't have a chance to see it. I didn't even know because I don't listen to like the barbecue lady and that stuff, and I'm like not a TikToker. So I think that's a big reason why I didn't see it. But I mean, my thing is just their words. I don't go on anything besides their words, right? And patterns in true crime. I am not a detective, a police officer, any type of law enforcement. I have not taken any classes at all. I've taken classes, but just not for that, So, in my opinion, they told LE that Sebastian did something bad, a lie. I worry about that. That is one of my biggest concerns, was that they said that Sebastian had tried to hurt somebody or what have you. Holly S. No, I agree with that completely. Yeah, you could tell they were off. Yeah, no tears. Exactly. No tears. You would think that they would just be, I would just be beside myself. Not everybody reacts the same. I get that too. KJ Max says, I go back to Brandy Vaughn. You can hear real emotion. KP stirred zero emotion in me. And yeah, the way that Brandy did. I agree, KJ. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And look how far out that was. Her emotion is still raw. Well, and that's one thing that got me too with, it being 10 years and I'm talking with, the wife. I could feel it, you guys, like what you just said, that really hit me. I could feel it like through the phone. I wasn't FaceTiming. I wasn't looking at this person. I could feel it through the phone. And that's when I said, take your time, if I ask something and it's too intrusive, let me know, right? Because it's like you can feel that raw emotion and you don't want to make it worse. You want to help, you're there to help, not make it worse. She was eating up the act of KP. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Perfectly and perfect boy mom. No doubt. Yes. And filing for her and him. Yes. And filling in for her and him. I think that they both were right there to catch each other in case one of them slipped up. And I'm not talking about the way that you would expect to see a husband and wife caring and nurturing caring and nurturing each other, like rubbing someone's back, holding their hand, telling them it's okay, or it'll be all right. We're going to find them, stuff like that is normal. But when we see this coaxing and then Chris even on the Duchess for the Missing interview, just said, hey, look, this is it. I mean, Katie's telling the story. Seth wasn't there, or excuse me, Chris wasn't there. But when Katie's done telling the story about how she went to bed at midnight, Chris stops Katie and tells Katie what she did that night, even though he wasn't there. So, in my opinion, he's covering her ass. He's not moral support. He's there saying, you're getting the script wrong. Hello. Hey, dummy, you're getting it wrong. And he's rude. He's mean as hell. Chris Proudfoot is one of the nastiest human beings I've ever encountered. KJ Max says, the only time it seemed somewhat authentic to me was the rocking interview. Not sure why the emotion was present, but it was the only one that I felt emotions were raw somewhat for me. You're not the only one, Mom, that has said that. Yeah, you're not the only one. And I think it is because you do see the tears. I mean, she was visibly crying in that one. And that could be why, too. And also, there may have been some guilt. Also, I was thinking, too, that she may have been crying for herself in terms of because of what everybody was saying about them. because we know that they care a lot about what everybody says. Even if it's not true, they still get upset about it. It's like, why though? I mean, I get you, nobody likes to be wrongfully accused, but and maybe I'm just a little bit different, but if people like have it wrong, it kind of like makes me laugh. I'm like, you're stupid. You know what I mean? Like you don't even understand how wrong you have it, but okay. Like it just, I'm like, whatever. Like it would bother me more if it was true, and then you're exposed or whatever. But I guess that's just me too. Brenda Calvert says once they moved into the expensive house, they were stressed, paying a lawyer, custody battle of faith, and escalated medical bills of Sebastian, but all the blame on Sebastian, not on them for upheaval. I agree with that too, Brenda. The stresses or the stressors can really play a major role in things, and then sometimes people will scapegoat a child in the situation, right? Blame it on the child instead of looking within. Because if their bills were too high and they're stressed out about stuff like that, then maybe they need to rethink their finances a little bit. And Chris is a narcissist, in my opinion. And so when you have a narcissist, they love to brag about how much money they spend on you. Like, they're the type of person that will be like, hey, let's all get out and go eat, right? And then you'll be eating and everybody will be like almost done or whatever, and then they'll complain about how high the bill is, or they'll never let you forget that they paid. They don't do anything out of the kindness of their heart. They do it to look good and so they can brag. They don't do it so they can look back and be like, oh, everybody's having such a great time. This is wonderful. No, they do it so they can brag and make you feel guilty later on. Oh, well, I paid. It's like, well, good for you. You said you were going to pay. So what's the freaking deal? Don't backtrack on it now. They're crispy. The "you don't need to hear from me, you want to hear from me" statement turned me immediately. You don't need to hear from me. You want to hear from me. I don't remember that statement, Valley Gal. I'm trying to think back. Usually I could pinpoint. It might have been one of the interviews I didn't see. I swear I think I saw all of them. I still haven't looked at that one, Mommin. But I saved it right away. Hey, Twitch. Good to see you. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I think he walked out of the bedroom door and all hell broke loose, in my opinion. I wonder about that too, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Like, what could have been the straw that broke the camel's back in this situation? I think back about that too. Because it very well could have been a snap. And it very well could have been an accident, It very well could have been. Although I do sort of point to the premeditation, just knowing that Chris knew where all the cameras were in the neighborhood. That's the one thing that really gets me, is him knowing. Because why the hell would you need to know all that? He definitely has a camel toe. That much has been confirmed, Twitch. No, I'm just teasing. Hides behind Mama's skirt. Breaking news just confirmed. Lori says, okay, we're leaving to go shopping. I'll catch you later. Okay, you have a good trip out shopping. Have fun, Lori. I love retail therapy. That's my favorite kind of therapy. There's many therapies out there. One of my favorites is shopping. Diane says, in my opinion, a lot of locals support Seth but are afraid to get involved for various reasons. Some are obvious. Also, not a lot of publicity about it, even despite Channel 5 News being out here yesterday. Yeah, and I'm so glad that they were there to show support, I really am. Because he needs it. I emailed, well, I don't know if it was an email. It was like I filled out their form But it was for Wink News in Florida here. And I was like, hey, there's a dad in Tennessee that's looking for his son. You know, please cover this case. He needs help. KJ Max says, I absolutely believe that CP made the statement to KP that was allegedly overheard by a neighbor. Come and get your yep. After hearing him refer to baby private parts and fields of privates, etc., etc., fields of privates. Oh, Lord. And we're not talking about, privates in the service. Yeah, I mean, that was shocking. Like, I didn't think that Chris could shock me anymore, but he did with that statement. Even just when you think that he can't be more rude and condescending and hateful towards a woman, I mean, that had to have been the most hateful that I've ever seen, from him thus far, in terms of the things that he's willing to say publicly. That's what really bothers me about Chris too, is because a lot of narcissists will not act like that in public. They know when to stifle it. They know when to be charming. They know when to put on an act, so to speak. They know when to put the mask back on. Chris is very bad at hiding his anger, his rage, his narcissistic rage, in my opinion. Katie says, in my opinion, all the locals need to stand up together, let Eric Craddock know in uncertain terms that they are not happy with him or the job he's doing. He won't be. And is an hour. Oh, they're in an hour of need either. Yeah, he isn't there in the hour of need at all. He's upset because his words didn't match his actions, and now people are questioning that. And instead of looking inside and internally examining his actions, he's just going to get mad and ignore Seth. And that's not the answer, in my opinion. I agree. And the locals need to stand together, Kathy. Thank you for being here. I agree with that completely. GA64 says, I appreciate you keeping Sebastian's name out there. So many have become butthurt over the differences in opinions. Thank you for keeping it real, Lady Freedom. Aw, GA64, thank you. I couldn't do it without you guys and your interests, honestly. I'm always glad to see a big crowd in here talking about Sebastian, The sister looks like KP and the mother, in my opinion. Okay, thanks, Detroit. I wasn't sure. I haven't really saw a picture of her sisters. But see, I know that she's got like stepsisters, stepbrothers. She's got a very large family on the Rosenbaum side. According to Yeda, they're like 100 people. So really big family on that side. Michelle says, OMG, school shootings are always so scary to hear about. I know. And, I was trying to think, have we heard of a school shooting at like a parochial school or a private school? I've not heard of one of those. I don't know if you guys have. Let me know. But typically it's at public schools. I'm not saying anything, different, but Brenda Calvert says they are smart as CP thinks he is. We all know he doesn't know the definition of tomboy or pervy and doesn't know how to divulge correctly. Pronounce divulge. Oh, Lord. Robbie says, yeah, using Tommy Boy or Tomboy to describe a boy. That killed me. I couldn't believe that. When I saw that, I was like, you've got to be shitting me. Like, okay, Sebastian. He goes, Sebastian's a tomboy. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. And not because of Sebastian, poor Sebastian. It's because of his idiocy. But yeah, I mean, at least he gives us a little bit of something to laugh about. Just so weird. Michelle says, it's sad kids used to worry, OMG, am I going to pass this science test? Now they go to school where active school shooters training has to take place. It's crazy, sad all the way around. I agree, Michelle, because, you know, it's like when my daughter was little, since she was an only child, like I never would have dreamed of not putting her in school because like that's where I wanted her to socialize with people her own age, you know, because she was very used to, you know, associating with adults and things like that, you know. But that was her opportunity, in my opinion, was to let her, you know, get to know other little kids, and I'm so glad she had that opportunity. But now with all of the school shootings and everything, it does make me think that if I was to have children now, which I'm not going to, but if I did, I would rethink it, you know, and dedicate myself to that because it is scary. KJ Maxx says, right, Robini, it was weird. He referred to him as not a tomboy. He's done that in several interviews too. Does this guy live in the world? How does he get every saying and idiom so wrong? I don't know, but it is funny. But he really thinks that he's saying it right. Like he thinks he has words of wisdom, but he doesn't. He sounds like an idiot. Robini says, yeah, I don't think they released his name. They took him out. Okay, thank you. So it was like a man that went in there, or was it another student? Because I know they said one was in 2nd grade and one was in 8th grade in the clip. So it sounds like it was, you know, like a K through 8 at least school. But I don't know if that was the highest, you know, if they had a high school also. It looked like a really big school. They do, and I think they want information. Yeah, I hope so, Veronica. I really do. Mama says, I tried posting about it in the local groups because I don't know if people would realize he's there, and I'm hoping also maybe it could run late so people could try after work. I know some people were talking about how they get off of work at 5, and they were wondering how late Seth was going to be there. So that's a good point, Mom, and I'm glad that you were posting it in local groups because I think that's important too. Sometimes people don't watch the YouTube streets regularly, you know. Brenda Calvert says, rehearse story by CP who wasn't there supposedly. I know, and that's the thing, like you wouldn't think she'd be looking to him for validation at all. You think that he would be looking to her as validation and not taking over the whole entire conversation. Now, of course, if he's on the phone with her, then that could be, you know. Yeah, pure evil asshole, in my opinion as well, Veronica. Maman, I missed that comment. Yes, the rocking had emotion, but it seemed odd. It wasn't out of place somehow as if it was out of place somehow as if it was for herself. Yeah, and you know, and I was thinking that too, like maybe she was self-soothing, you know. I was thinking a couple of different things. You know, when I very initially first saw it. KJ Mac. Yes, great minds think alike, right? Well, and in this, it's just so, it's like we've analyzed and reanalyzed these. I think that's my thing too. And every time I look at one of the interviews or try to analyze it or even listen to it again, I pick up on new things, you know. I do. Yeah, not for Sebastian. Yeah, off and odd. Karen said, or excuse me, Karen says, I think you must have misunderstood my comment. I'm in Texas and I look for Sebastian everywhere I go. And when I see a child who resembles him, I look for the moles on that child's neck like Sebastian has. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are identifiers. It's like tattoos, you know, but I don't have any tattoos, so that's how they would identify me. Birthmarks and that sort of thing. So thank you for clarifying that. Diane says Seth was there at 6 a.m. till 2 p.m. yesterday through Friday. Yeah, yeah. He's been there early. FB statement then repeated in 2 other interviews very beginning. Yeah. They've done it several times. They've you know, because the first one he says Sebastian's a tomboy, and I'm like, what? You know, what is that? Or excuse me, Sebastian isn't a tomboy, and I'm like, well, he's a boy already. You know, a tomboy is a girl that enjoys, activities that boys would enjoy more, type of a thing. Diane says, I use my flyers to make signs. Stopped by Worsham's after, and they don't have Sebastian's flyer up. Oh, again. I already gave them a couple to post. I'll inquire again. See, I don't understand. That needs to be up. What is with you, Worshams? What's wrong with you guys? Come on. I agree. Walked out his bedroom and seen C there when he wasn't supposed to be there. Well, and that makes me wonder too, because, even Hindsight had posted about a home safety plan and how if there's issues in the house, then removing whoever seems to be the main issue, which obviously wasn't Sebastian, would allow for Sebastian to stay without being removed from the home. So I know that was being heavily speculated on. And if Sebastian saw him there and knew, he very well could have been like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. People on the spectrum take things very literally. So he could have absolutely, there could have been some kind of altercation. And I can't discount that or forget about it, I don't understand why they won't keep those flyers up, KJ. I don't understand it. That was another thing that really bothered me because in an abusive relationship, that's one thing that, in my experience, starts a lot of the physical abuse is defaming another person's property. It kind of starts there. Something that you really, really love, and then they're going to take it, break it, whatever, throw it in the trash. That's always really bothered me a lot, Brenda. There is now a missing cat posted where Sebastian's flyer was until recently. Are you kidding me? Wow. I mean, it's just kind of, it's insulting. I mean, I can understand Seth's frustration. That's the problem. I mean, I'm all for finding the cat, guys. Don't get me wrong, but to put a cat up where a child's face should be. KJ Mike says, OMG, that's insane. Shocking, really. No wonder the video they had was already gone. Just sad. Yeah, and that should have been the first place they looked. Well, one of the first places. Also, it was alleged by the guy from Worsham's that they had like a cooperative, with people in the neighborhood, giving permission to have access to their ring cams and things like that in case something did happen in the neighborhood. So, very interesting. Oh, Diane says, I heard about Seth being down there yesterday while listening to Lady Freedom, so I went down. News interviewed me and showed a brief clip. Okay, was that you on there, Diane? I didn't know. I meant to ask you that earlier. Oh, looks like her mugshot. Oh no, Anne says I need to go now. Okay, good. Well, have a good nap there, Anne. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be getting off here pretty soon too myself. Kathy says they would go to the they should go to the county commissioners and try to have him recalled, and they might not be able to get it done, but at least it puts him on notice, if nothing else, in my opinion. That's a good point. I didn't think about that, Kathy, but you're right. That really could kind of, put him on notice. Really. KJ Max says the county probably works a lot with the construction company of the family on master planned communities, so many ties that bind. Yeah, KJ, I read your comment earlier about that as well, and I agree with that. I do. Because when you get into networking in that capacity, you do rub elbows with higher ups in the community. You just do. It's just part of it. And I agree. Money talks. Oh, Diane says every local I talk to thinks KP and CP are responsible, that LE bludgeoned the investigation from day one. Not a cover-up by LE, and doubt he'll be found alive. Oh man, I know, and that's so disheartening, right? Because it's like we always want to hold out hope, but it's so hard to, at this point, especially when law enforcement doesn't seem to be looking. Like, have they given up hope? That's a really scary prospect. Thank you, Diane, for sharing too. I really appreciate that. Brenda Calvert says, man shot through the church window. Kids were at morning mass. Oh, Brenda. Oh my. Who does that? Like, what kind of godless creature? I do remember, I think it was in Louisiana where the church was, but it wasn't kids. I think it was like, well, I think there were kids at the service. But wow, I can't believe that. Shooting through a window of a church. Detroit says KP's sister / stepsister, she looks just like the mom, KP in my opinion. Interesting. I'm gonna have to take a look and see if I can't find a photo. That makes me wonder if there was a religious motivation behind it, Brenda. Yeah, very sad all around in any case. I wonder that too, because I think there was a religious motivation when it came to, because it was like a Wednesday night church service. If I remember correctly, I think it was Louisiana. It might have been North Carolina now that I'm thinking about it, though. It was years back. No, I didn't see. No. That one, well, I don't know if that was Craddock. I think that was another officer, but I can't believe that. Like, they could at least say hello. It's not going to hurt them to say hello, you know? Yeah, some sicko. Well, it'd have to be somebody so sick to do that. On the third day of school, oh my gosh. And those kids look so cute. They're all dressed up in their little outfits. Oh my. Robini says, I do too, but sometimes interactions are too quick. And I saw a young man at my bank that resembled him and had a different walk, but I had my glasses off reading and couldn't get a good look. Yeah, it's so many sightings, and there's so many people that have brought forward pictures and things like that. I wonder about that, Veronica, or they complain like C&K might be taking them down. Momming It Up says, I found out I resided in a neighborhood connected to one of these persons, and interesting, my rent went up $3,200. Wow. Because we weren't buying this home. Now I'm about out of here. Odd coincidence. Yeah, that is really weird, Mommin. Huh. That is really weird. The house came in way under content. appraised for remotely near the asking price. Odd how they increased the rent by $1,000 a month. Wow, makes my tinfoil hat go off. I don't blame you, Mom, and mine would too. I mean, like, just the way people are when they're trying to run people out, you know? They're trying to create their own BlackRock, buying up and owning all the single family homes. It's crazy. Yeah, it sounds that way to me, KJ Mack. Absolutely. We got to follow the money, Brenda, for sure. Some people were out there with Seth Today Detroit, but not a very good turnout, unfortunately, from what we're hearing. It's disheartening. KJ Max says, my tinfoil hat is always on. I have some interesting experiences that have led me from Volvo soccer mom to tinfoil hat. I hear you, KJ Mac. Once you experience it, you realize you're like, wow, like this is real, you know, even though it seems unreal or, unrealistic or just, kind of crazy. Like I said, that's kind of why I enjoy having that validation, but in the same way, it's like, because I don't feel as crazy, but in the same way, it's like, it's scary. Milky Way girl, good to see you. I just started looking into this case. It is not possible that he left on his own to escape his parents, or is it not possible that he left on his own to escape his parents? The mom and stepdad are shady AF. I agree, Milky Way girl. Like, my thing is that I would think it was possible. In the very beginning, I even said it in a video that Sebastian had reasons to run away. He did, because like he wasn't being treated very well at home. He was telling his dad things like, I don't think Mr. Chris and Mom like me very much, things like that. And so we were hearing about ultimatums too, like it's either him or me. It was one thing that Chris had said that was overheard by the neighbors. So I was like, yeah, maybe he was feeling some type of way and he decided to just take off. But then, I have to consider that he left without shoes or anything, right? So that in and of itself really bothers me, because I think of like even a little tiny kid that's like, I'm going to leave, and they, pack up their little bag and, maybe they put it into their little Hot Wheels or something, or whatever, those little cars you can get in and drive, and that sort of thing. Maybe they'll drive off down the driveway or something, but they even know to take things with them. Sebastian didn't take his phone. He took a keychain flashlight, according to his mother, Katie, which in my opinion, Sebastian would have been smart enough to know that that wouldn't be sufficient. There was nothing on the exterior of the house that was tampered with. Also, all of the doors were said to have been locked by Katie, his mom, and all of the windows too. So nothing was left open. If his bedroom window would have been left open, I would have thought, yeah, maybe he snuck out and was going to sneak back in, or maybe he just decided to leave out. But since that did not occur, it really leads me to believe that the 3 a.m. lights are what we should be looking at or focusing on. Otherwise, I would think it would be very possible. And again, if the exterior of the home was tampered with, like say there was a window cut or one of the doors was accidentally left unlocked, then I would think, I would consider that, but it's hard to consider it, when they're saying that it was all locked up and nothing was tampered with, But thank you for being here, Milky Way girl. I'm glad that you're looking into Sebastian's case. We need more people with a fresh set of eyes on it, in my opinion, right now, because we've all been looking at it. So someone coming in with a fresh perspective, I really appreciate that. And a lot of people I've told the story to, just very matter of fact, without any bias included or my own opinions, have concluded the same thing, that Chris and Katie seem very shady, in my opinion. Diane says, without a recall or something else or excuse me, or someone else running for sheriff. Sheriff Craddock will be reelected despite all write-ins for Barney Fife, etc., or others. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it too. Um, him running unopposed is the reason why he's the sheriff in the first place. But there were a lot of people that were rooting for him, and that thought he would make a fine sheriff. Which is kind of scary. But you're absolutely right. The only picture I saw of her is is a mugshot. Oh, okay, maybe that's why I didn't see it. She wasn't in trouble for RSO, was she? Or for being an SO, was she? Maman says, KJ, who knows? I was shocked when someone told me the builder of this neighborhood, and I found out the owner was was a realtor. Too small of a world, in my opinion. There's a few million in Nashville. Yeah, really. There's a lot of realtors in Nashville, I'd imagine. Yeah. Yeah, it was a different cop, Detroit. It was a different cop. Yeah. It wasn't Craddock. Craddock won't even come out of his office. He's like hauled up in there scared. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what he's going to be doing, is providing the security. I'm thinking that's what it is. Karen says. Craddock says he's not involved in that. So who's providing the security then? I'm thinking he's the one. Yeah, I'm right with you there. I think he's the one. Because usually you'll see the sheriffs there, even some of them might be off duty in there with the fam or whatever, Let's see. IML says Detroit. Did she kind of look like Green Hoodie? Well, and see that was, people were speculating. Hey, Wild Wolf. People were speculating on that, saying that perhaps it was Chris's family member, but it didn't end up being her, the family member there. The city controls it, not the Bower Sox. Right, Wild Wolf. Yeah. The Proud Witch, you're allowed to go there and set up a table or a booth. Yeah, and they said that they shut everybody down and said that there's no more booths open. It's so weird. It's so weird. All shoes were there, and he knew the lock code, so he could get back in. That's right. Yeah. But the thing is, too, is the security cameras in the neighborhood. That's always where I get stuck, too, because look, there was a Ring camera from across the street that was right on their front porch, right? It had view of his bedroom window and the porch. So, Diane says, Seth has shirts available for people. He did accept my donation for the shirt, but decided he did accept my donation for the shirt, but declined the water and snacks I offered. I understand his reluctance with that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, because people are nutty buddy, well, that's great. So how do we get shirts? He did have, okay, I figured he would be prepared, Diane. That's what I was thinking too. Seth had cooler of water and soft drinks. Good. I'm so glad, because it's so hot out there. Staying hydrated is a really big deal, KJ Max says, poor guy just can't catch a break in all of this. I hope more of you are able to show up there. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so grateful for Diane. Thank you, Diane, so much for going over there. I mean, I'm sure that meant the world to Seth. Wild Wolf says, Sheriff Craddock said he don't have no involvement with the pig fest, so you're allowed to set up a little table just because Proudfoots and Bower Sox don't want Sebastian. Yeah, too damn bad, in my opinion. Yeah, I know. We should just show up there in our shirts. You know, we should show up there with flyers and shirts because they can't stop anybody from doing that, you know? Diane, I don't think I said hello to you. Aw, good to see you. Sound chat. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I think so, but I'm not positive. Yeah, I'm going to have to go look that up, Detroit. Okay, in my opinion, Seth, you need to go over Sumner County Head to get things done. If you want to hear what's going on about your son, to try and find your son, you will need to go above and beyond what, yeah. No, Katie and Chris is out to destroy Seth for some reason, and I don't have the fanciest, but I think it's over Faith and the courts because Sebastian was supposed to testify against Chris. He's gone. You know, I can't help but wonder that as well, Wild Wolf, that because Chris likes to say, well, they would never, you know, ask Sebastian his opinion. I don't think that's true. I think they would ask Sebastian. I don't think they have any problem asking a 15-year-old their opinion. They've asked younger children their opinions and had testimony from younger children. So why not? He would be the best judge, right? Because he lives in the house. So, you know, that's my opinion. Eminent you can attach a flyer. You can move to prove a big hike in rent for no improvements and relation out to the case. Oh, attorney after. Thanks, Robini. Veronica Wright, and with Bobby saying she seen someone carrying someone that night, so you know there's more video. Well, that's a great point, Veronica, and that's another thing that I can't shake is that the 3 a.m. lights and then the accounts from Bobby the neighbor who actually saw a lot of the footage, you know, and then knows a lot of the people that have the footage. So yeah, Diane says exactly, Wild Wolf. I understand Seth's frustration with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, but asking if Sebastian is in Craddock's office won't help improve the communication with LE. Yeah, I know. Well, and I'm guilty of that one too. Just because I'm like, hey, like, because it looks so mild. Like, it looks like there wasn't a lot of hustle and bustle outside, or it wasn't like, you know, even every hour you see like a bunch of commotion, like they're getting called out to somewhere. So why can't they dedicate more time to the search? Or do they just flat out not have any theories on where Sebastian may be? Because, you know, we have the stepdad saying he's out in the woods, you know? I do too, Gigi. I do too. I think there's a lot of people that do want to help find him. Yeah, Wild Wolf, I know what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. That's a smart strategy, Robini. Says we could DoorDash the food to sheriff's office and then tell him Seth's name and that he's waiting outside. I'm just surprised they haven't been kinder. I mean, just to bring out a bottle of water would have been nice, you know? I mean, I don't know. I disagree with CP too. I do too. Yeah. They do. They need to talk. They need to talk to Seth. They need to see what they can do to help out. I don't think it needs to be contentious, but I think that it's become that way. I mean, look, I would be upset too if somebody lied to me. You know, that is one way to really upset me and get me kind of not wanting to talk to somebody is if I know they're lying. I mean, that's one thing that, you know, because I feel like that's insulting the intelligence, and also then I don't have I don't have trust. I don't see them as credible, that sort of thing. You know, and KJ, I'm not completely convinced that he was going to testify. I just think that like, it's not ridiculous to think that he would, or that they would ask him to. But yeah, no, I'm not convinced either. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think the open CPS case being discovered by Nina's attorney would have been a huge issue. Well, it would have been. And a smart attorney would be looking for those types of things, right? Like, what's going on in the household? And maybe they were even questioning that, and that's what kind of alarmed the Proudfoots, like, because they had several at that point, up until the point 4 different ones is a lot. I have not received Katie out there with boots on the ground. I never see her putting out flyers. She wants all of us to do it, and she sits down and enjoys her fancy life. I'm sorry, there's a missing kid. No, I completely understand that frustration, Wild Wolf. Yeah, and it gets old. It's like, why isn't she out there now? Law enforcement isn't telling her to stick around the house because they think Sebastian's coming home anymore. They might have did that in the beginning, and that is, typical in the cases, but yeah, they never thought it was going to get this big. They underestimated what we were all going to feel for Sebastian as well. Like, I don't think they realized that as much disdain as they seemed to have for him is as much love as he was going to get from all of us, so I mean, that is on target. But it did. They got egg on their face. Yeah, nobody pays in Proudfoot's or Bowersock's opinion. Well, and that's the thing. If they have this much pull, that's what really bothers me. And I don't know what we can do about that besides keep speaking up against it. Keep calling it out. And then quite possibly showing up to Pigfest. I mean, Detroit Rock City says they're having a press conference on the shooting right now. 8 and 10-year-old were killed, over a dozen people injured. Okay, let me take a look. Seth had his microphone and loudspeaker, music playing in front of Craddock's office. A few of us holding signs. See, that's a good start. I'm so glad to hear people went out there, Diane. Thank you so much. I saw multiple LE from the sheriffs, Hendersonville and Gallatin police walking and driving by, and they didn't look our way. Many cars honked and waved in support. Oh, good. I mean, that's the least that we can do, right? Is drive by. Yeah. Golly, I wish we would have had more. Oh, targeted attack on Catholics. No kidding. Oh boy, that's no good. All right, let me take a look. I might have to do shooting press conference. Oh, how sad, guys. I don't know why I'm buffering on this. Hold on, let me.
With strength,
there we go,
resilience, compassion, and love for the families that have been forever impacted by this heinous act.
Thank you, Detroit.
We want to make sure that we're doing everything possible for them right now, and I want to give a special thank you, and we are so grateful to all of the faculty and the teachers at Annunciation. The way that they acted during severe threat and danger was nothing short of heroic. This is a tragic and horrible event that should never occur. And it would have been all the more tragic and horrible had they not stepped in. At times, perhaps put themselves in danger to protect others. As horrible as this has been, it could have been far worse. I'm grateful for our law enforcement partners, our police officers in the Minneapolis Police Department, and other law enforcement agencies well beyond that step up, that answered the call to make sure that they were running towards danger when so many of the rest of us would have run in the other direction. Thank you. We are so appreciative of your service. To Principal DeBoer, for your whole team, the ethic that you have showed, the love that you show, it's flat out incredible. And at the same time, look, we need to be doing more than talking. It can't just be words. There needs to be action. When we have seen school shooting after school shooting, when we have seen churches get shot up by horrible actors, I think the impetus has to be on all of us as leaders to do a whole lot more, to recognize that we've got more guns in this country than we have people. And it's on all of us to recognize the truth and the reality that we can't just say that this shouldn't happen again and then allow it to happen again and again beyond that. It's on all of us.
How
And
sad, guys.
I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids.
Amen.
Kids died today. This needs to be about them. This needs to be wrapping our arms around these families with every bit of love that we can possibly show. And I know that our Minneapolis family and well beyond is prepared to do exactly that. And so my message to everyone out there is, again, these families are experiencing some acute pain right now. But don't just think of these as somebody else's kids. Think of your own. Let's make sure that we're acting now to not just say it's never happening again, but ensure it doesn't. Our chief of police has been working tirelessly throughout the day, along with, again, a number of different law enforcement agencies, investigators, federal partners, state partners. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for being here. Been working tirelessly, and I'd like to invite him up to give some more details.
Oh my, wild wolf! I did not hear about that
My
one.
name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Good afternoon, and thank you all for your patience as we continue to gather the facts in this investigation into this truly unthinkable tragedy that happened here earlier today. I want to make sure that we are providing the most accurate information possible, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. One is for the church itself where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We're also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of what happened, to to try and identify a motive why it happened and whether there are any other further details.
Read the
We will
manifesto.
continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation. In a moment, I will take some questions that I am able to answer, but first I want to bring up the principal of Annunciation School, Matt Du Bois, as well as, after him, the Archbishop, or Archbishop Bernard Hepburn.
Yeah, Detroit, that's my understanding too about a poor little
Good
girl.
afternoon, everyone. To any of our students, families, and staff watching right now, I love you. You're so brave, and I'm so sorry this happened to us today. Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it couldn't have been significantly worse without their heroic action. This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this. We will rebuild from this. When we planned for this school year, we intentionally chose the theme from the prophet Jeremiah chapter 29, future filled with hope. There's nothing about today that can fill us with hope. We, as a community, have a responsibility to make sure that no child, no parent, no teacher ever has to experience what we've experienced today, ever again. I need everybody to commit those words to your speech patterns, never again. We lost 2 angels today. Please continue to pray for those still receiving care. We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future. There's an African proverb that says, when you pray, move your feet. So I beg you, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community, these children, these families, these teachers. Never again can we let this happen. I love you, Annunciation family. We're with you, and we will be stronger when this is done. Archbishop Hebda will be coming.
Yeah, KJ Mac, they said that the manifesto was timed to be shown on YouTube.
Thank you,
That's
Principal
nuts.
DeBoer. I'm so grateful that Mayor Fry and the Chief both mentioned how that worked. I'm so grateful to the pastor here at Annunciation, Father Dennis Aaron, for the deacon. It's time to restore families everywhere from an
Father's
event.
buffering.
But Principal DeBoer said it wasn't so clear where would be the source of hope. And brothers and sisters, we have to be men and women of hope. Already today, I've been receiving messages from all over our country promising prayers. And I think it's the prayers of the feet as well, Principal. That is, for me, is a source of hope, just as we see families stepping forward to help those who have been impacted by this terrible tragedy. Very grateful that Principal DeBoer spoke about prayer. Certainly that the bell in the Catholic Church is always a call to prayer. And so it's a reminder for us, for sure, to be praying. And we have to recognize that it's through prayer and through that prayer of the feet, through that action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of our hope. I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic school community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area, his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who've been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action. Thank you. And Chief, I now turn this back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Archbishop. As I mentioned, obviously the investigation continues in its preliminary stages. I'll take some questions now, and additionally, we will let you know when we can provide some updated information.
How are the injured students doing? What are their conditions?
The question from Matt was, how are the injured students doing? I believe all of them have their parents with them now, and they are all expected to survive. All of the remaining victims are expected to survive. There is a range of injuries, however.
So you said the weapons were fired legally?
Yes.
Where they were?
I can tell you they were purchased recently.
Can you tell us anything more about a possible motive here? We've also heard reports that the suspected shooter's mother was a police here at something.
So the question was on a possible motive and a relationship to the church or to the school. I have no information to share on a motive other than saying again that there was some sort of manifesto that was timed to come out on YouTube. It's been taken down and our investigators are going through that to try and develop a motive from that. Additionally, there are these 3 search warrants happening in residential locations, and we may very well, find more information or writings that could give some sense to that, but we don't have that now. And I cannot confirm a relationship between the suspect or his family and this church at this time, but that's obviously something we're looking very closely at.
Chief, about the manifesto, can you confirm at this point whether it was in fact by the suspect, or do you believe at this point that it is in fact from him? And second question, sorry.
What was by the suspect?
The manifesto that you've been talking about.
So the question was about the manifesto. We do believe it was by the suspect, yes.
And we understand that we've seen some documents about the name change that somebody with the same name as the suspect has filed for a few years ago. Do you believe this to be the same person, that Robin Westman was in fact born with a different name at this point? And can you speak a little bit more about the identity?
So the question was about the suspect, and he had a name change at some point in the past. I cannot confirm that other than confirming the identity, the name that I gave you, the age. That is the suspect. That's the person that we believe has caused this.
Chief, you mentioned these videos posted on YouTube, presumably scheduled to be posted right after the shooting. Is there anything that the suspect posted days prior, months prior, that could shed any light on their mindset?
Yep. So the question was, we mentioned that the YouTube videos were scheduled to be posted. Is there anything else in social media that may to shed some light into this? We do not have information on that at this time that I'm able to share. However, our investigators and our law enforcement partners are definitely looking at that.
How many children were in the church?
So the question was how many children and parishioners were in the church when this happened. This was towards the beginning of Mass, so some of the children were already filed into the church and were seated. Others were coming in.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
I know we're talking about the children in this incident, but there were several shootings yesterday. How is the resourcing going for you? Are you getting help in places?
So Sue's question was resources for Minneapolis police due to the other challenges we've had the last 24 hours. Obviously, this has been the most difficult. Dozens of officers that responded to this scene Many of them are deeply traumatized by what they saw, as are obviously all of the children, all of the staff members, Father Dennis, everyone who was at Mass this morning. So obviously that has been our number one priority, is to care for the health and wellness of the officers that responded here. Additionally, obviously, we have responded to other challenging situations and other acts of violence. I can say, in regard to the shooting that happened outside of the high school yesterday, we have arrested 2 people for assisting in that shooting. We have not gotten the shooter yet, but we believe we have 2 people under arrest that were present with the shooter when that happened, and we're making significant progress. There was an additional arrest at a homicide last night that happened on the 2700 block of 3rd Avenue South. That person has not been booked specifically for being responsible for that murder, but we believe that is the principal cause.
Is this the first time you've ever had to deal with those men?
No, unfortunately not.
Chief.
A lot of the top politicians here, and others, said that this can never happen again. I'm just wondering if you have suggestions for where we start to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so the question was, where do we start to make sure it doesn't happen again? I don't have an answer for that this time.
Chief, we understand from the federals that there is an idea that this might be investigated. Maybe it already is. I'm not sure of my information as a hate crime against Catholics. I'm asking you, perhaps Archbishop Hebda, is this a line of investigation that you have open? Can you comment on that?
So the question is this an investigation into a hate crime against Catholics? We don't have a motive at this time. Obviously, we're open to any possibilities at all, but we don't have a motive or anything to suggest.
Do you know if there is any more safety, any more protective measures that are implemented at other Catholic schools throughout the Twin Cities or churches? I'm sure there are masses going around right now this afternoon. It's just a week out from, or a few days before the start of school here.
So the question is the concern for other churches, other schools around the metro. Unfortunately, this is something that our community has been dealing with for some time. The threat of active shooters, the threat of hate crimes at houses of worship, unfortunately, is not something new here.
Wow.
And of course, our precinct inspectors, our crime prevention specialists are available to work with both houses of worship, churches, and schools that do reach out to assist in any additional security measures or advice that we can.
One last question about that to follow up. Are you aware if this is the first time that actually a Catholic Mass has been targeted and there have been victims inside a Catholic church during Mass? In the Twin Cities, not in the world.
In the Twin Cities, I'm unaware of it. Yeah, from the Archbishop. The question was, is this the first time that there's been attack of Catholics at Mass in the Twin Cities area? The Archbishop is unaware of any other attack.
The FBI director is saying that this is being investigated as domestic terrorism. Are you also tracking this?
That's our last question.
The question was, is it being investigated by the FBI?
The FBI director is saying this is domestic terrorism. Is that what you're tracking?
Well, the FBI is here with us and has been a part of this entire investigation, as well as the ATF, other law enforcement. It's being led right now by the Minneapolis Police Department, and we are looking at, obviously, any possibilities from wherever the evidence will lead us from what we recovered. Absolutely.
Thank you all again so much for your time today, for your support.
Okay, that looks.
Yes, I think there's probably 2 names you would like spelling for. Principal Matt DeBoer, D-E-M-A-T-T.
That is absolutely so sad, guys. My goodness. Thank you, Linda Nunley. Thank you so much. Wow, that is really something, though. Oh, how sad. It just reminded me of going to Catholic Mass when I was little, and I just can't believe that, that someone would open fire during Mass. It's unbelievable to me. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. Golly. So an 8 and a 10-year-old, I found it interesting too, KJ Mac, that there was another shooting in the area as well. Shooter's still at large, but then they arrested 2 in connection. I wonder if this is connected, or it does seem to have some sort of a religious motivation without, having seen the manifesto. I bet you it won't be. I mean, how long did it take us to get the Columbine students manifesto? It was a while, it was a while. KJ Max says this manifesto won't be released like the last similar incident that had one. Gosh, it would just tell us so much about what the motivation was. I'd be lying if I said I'm not curious. Like Brenda said, though, it's a matter of trying to, rationalize crazy, and it's extremely difficult to do that, in my opinion, especially with logical thinkers, because usually, those manifestos are so whacked out, with whatever. So senseless, Brenda, so senseless. Two more children in critical condition, Detroit. My goodness. And then to know that, like, the little old people were there, attending mass, that had to be just so, I mean, it's a violation of trust and safety in a school and a church. My Lord. Veronica says yes, and poor kids and families also, the other ones also. I agree. And you just think about, like, I always used to feel safe at church. I was an altar server too, guys. So I was up there helping Father during mass, and I just can't even imagine that. I mean, it is absolutely sad and senseless, Brenda, senseless. My Lord. Well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here, but I will be on tonight. I will be back on tonight. It's probably sometime around, 10:30, 11:30, kind of that time period. I agree, Detroit. Detroit says domestic terrorism and a hate crime, so they have knowledge, allegedly. Yeah, it sounds like, there could have been some sort of discord toward the Catholic Church, maybe towards values or something, or perhaps, it's just so, it's unclear right now. But yeah, I would really like to kind of know what's going on here, because it's something that we don't typically hear about. But then again, it sounds like they've had a high rate of this happening maybe in other schools or other places. So within, Minneapolis area. So very interesting. We'll have to see how this unfolds. Were you raised Catholic too, Brenda? Yeah, same here. I mean, like, I went to Catholic school, and that is just so terrible. Well, I got married in the Catholic Church as well. Sad. And my heart goes out to the families. Those two little children, they should have just felt safe and sound. And this is sad. This is really, really sad. Good night, town chat. You guys are taking naps. All right. Well, yeah, we'll bring more insight into this later on as well, and hopefully maybe we can get some good pictures from the day where Seth was out, fighting his good fight for Sebastian. And then again, thank you so much for Blue for coming in today, TJ, and letting us know what transpired too with the correspondence, about PigFest, because we should all be able to show up there and show out for Sebastian. Diane, thank you so much for the updates for you going and standing with Seth. It is just like the best thing that we could do is to show him support, to ultimately show Sebastian support, because he deserves it the most. So thank you all so much for being here, and I will see you later. Let's all pray for the victims in the Minneapolis school shooting, Annunciation Catholic school. Absolutely sad. All right, guys, you all take care. I will see you later tonight. Have a great rest of your day.